Thank you very much for that, Abby. So, members, good morning. A very warm welcome to this first meeting of the Economy Resources Committee. Specs on, that's better. This meeting has been live streamed and recorded. First committee, that is, of 2024. This meeting has been live streamed and recorded and will be made available for viewing through our Council's website. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting of microphones, switching off your video when you're addressing the meeting. You can speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone, iPad, or even just raise your hand. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members, if possible. No material should be posted in the chat function if it's intended or is material to the conversation or the discussion. Our standard rules apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by a roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either enter leave in the Teams meeting chat and please put it back in. Right, join when you're coming back into the meeting if that's possible. We'll pick up when you're coming in and out of the room. If you're physically here, all members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative recommendation. We have a number of important reports, especially at the beginning of our agenda, I think. This week we'll deal with business in the usual effective manner. Look forward to this one, especially the first few, the first one of the new year. So if item number 1 today, as I said, apologies and Chair's approval of remote participation. I'll approve that as of right now, so everybody remotely can participate. But it's Tracy's here today, I think, to speak on behalf of Claire. Is that correct? Thank you, Tracy.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Morning, members. We've got 20 members present in total. We've got 12 present in person at Council HQ, being the Chair, the Vice Chair, Councillors Drybra, Howie, Johnson, Marsh, Marshall, Scobie, Slater, Thompson, Walters and Wilson, and 8 members present on Microsoft Teams, being Councillors Baretti, Brodie, Ferguson, Hagman, Hill, Hislop, McGregor, McFarlane, and 1 member not present at the start of the meeting is Councillor Giusti. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Tracy. So declarations of interest. Any members? Councillor Driver first.
Thanks, Chair. It's item number 6, a statement of connection rather than a declaration of interest, and I asked the leaders panel to have a look at this, and thankfully they brought this forward, which is the 0 Hours Justice campaign.
No, thanks so much for that, Archie. Councillor Brodie.
Yes, Chairman, item 10, statement of connection. I'm a member of Ann Harbour Action Group, but I'll tend to take part in the debate. Thank you. Bye. Thanks
so much for that, Richard. Don't see any other hands up, nobody within the room. Oh, Councillor Hagman. Katie, sorry, didn't see you there. Katie?
Good morning, everyone. No, thank you, Chair. It's also a statement of connection in reference to item 6, referencing 0 hours. I sit in the Cabinet Secretary's Fair Work Oversight Group, so it's just to note that, and also in regards to item 7, which makes reference to the Strategic Housing Investment Plan update. There's reference to ongoing budget discussions, and as the Causal Resources spokesperson, I'm involved in those discussions nationally, but it is just a statement of connection rather than a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that, Katie. That has been noted along with everybody else. I'll just double check. Tracy, nobody else? No, didn't see anybody else in the chat either. So, third item is our minutes for the previous meeting. They're here for noting. I've been to full council already. Everybody happy to note? Item number 4 is a first main item of business. This report sets out the guidance published from the UK Government Department of Levelling Up, Housing and Communities on the details and next steps required to develop a long-term plan for Dumfries and benefit from £20 million funded forward. We've got Stuart McMillan. He's here to answer any detailed questions in regards to it, so I'll open it up to members to start the conversation. Look forward to having a nice long conversation with us if we can. Malcolm, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure, like everyone else here, we welcome this funding coming forward. But on reading the report, I've got to say I've got a couple of concerns, and they're basically centering around community involvement. It clearly stays in the guidance that this should be a community-led initiative. Local authorities receiving the £50,000 capacity funding for 23-24, and there's suggestions what that could be used for, which is to convene a town board, run community engagement, support the town board in developing long-term plans, provide technical expertise to the town board for project development, including feasibility study and business cases. So I'm a bit concerned that what we're going to do is end up employing someone in the council when really we need the community board established. The community board are perfectly within the rights to employ someone themselves if they so choose. And also with the long listing for the chair of the board, just to have nominations from political groups, I would have thought there could have been some mechanism for community members potentially to nominate people. So my main concern here is, how are we going to engage with the community to take this forward?
Thanks so much for that, Malcolm. Stuart, we'll put that to yourself in the first instance.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks you, Councillor Johnson, for your query. And I recognise what you're saying. I think our own concern at the moment is that there is a need for a very strong link and liaison between the council, the chair, whomever that might be, and then the ongoing work of the board. The council will remain the accountable body and the body that needs to represent the board to the funder, if you like. So there is a concern just in terms of our own capacity in-house to be able to absorb this new area of work. And I think that was the point that we were trying to make in the report, that this announcement, although extremely welcome, was a little unexpected. And certainly not within the plans of the service and on the wider council to be able to absorb and be able to support. So that little bit of extra capacity, in whatever shape or form it can take, would be extremely welcome. So we're certainly not trying to dilute the necessity for this to be a community-led initiative, but we're reflecting on the fact that to be able to do that most effectively, some specific and in-house support would be extremely helpful to allow that to happen.
Malcolm?
Yeah, it's just on my reading of it, it clearly says that the £50,000 is for the year 23-24. So is this an ongoing commitment of £50,000? And equally, it says to provide secretariat support. Well, there's nothing to stop the board taking on their own secretariat support. So would it not be better to wait until the board is established and find out from them what they need?
Stuart?
No, you're absolutely correct, Councillor Johnson. That is the case. That it would be an ongoing requirement to support this. Obviously, it's an initiative that's going to have quite a lot of a long duration in the town. So, and the guidance is, you're correct that the guidance does say that a body that's already established can provide that secretariat support. I think what we're trying to do is enable things as quickly as possible and move as quickly as possible, because the deadlines that have been established and that we must work towards by the UK government are pressing, and therefore having that capacity, that additional capacity to be able to support that is what we're looking for from this recommendation today.
So, again, my reading of it is this 50,000 is enabling. That's not ongoing. That's the point I'm making. So, and we're making a commitment for the entire life of this for £50,000 a year, when really it is to be taken forward by the board once the board is established. So I don't really see why we are committing ourselves to an extra £200,000 of expenditure, of which you said there's no intention to dilute, but by the very nature of it, that will dilute it.
Thanks very much, Malcolm. So what we'll do, we'll get a general thrust of what people are thinking across the board. We've got another number of speakers here still to come in. So we've got Councillor Ferguson, Slater, then Thompson. as we've got Matt. I think that's my understanding. So, Andy, you're first.
Good morning, Ian, and Happy New Year. Yeah, haven't seen you since. Like Malcolm, I've got a few concerns here. I mean, on the surface, this seems to be everything with the best intentions. And you know what the old saying is, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. And I'm going, really? I was also told to read the fine print before you agree to anything. So when you look at the fine print or what's noted in the fine print, we don't know what area this covers. We haven't got a definitive map saying. So, for example, is Calside included? Is Carrigan Bridge included? Locher Briggs included? Because it depends which map you look at and which boundaries you look at. They're all separate. The other bit, what I'm picking up here, especially in social media, the locals are going absolutely crazy, right, because they've not been consulted. Right, they're going absolutely mad. So sceptical isn't the word for how the public are feeling right now about this, or that's what appears to be coming across. And you get to the process of appointing a board chair, I think, which is one of the things that Malcolm was talking about there. Surely this should be a decision where the public have had some input in both the nomination and the appointment process. The makeup of the board is crucial, again, and how do we ensure the public have been an integral part of that process? Because if we fail to do that, it will only add to this view that they're being excluded from things and it's been imposed on them. So I've got an amendment I'd like to put forward, and I'd like to hear what others are saying first. But basically is, why are we rushing? Because we've got time. This doesn't have to be in the hands of London by sometime in April. So we've got an area committee meeting on early March, and then we've got full council meeting in March again, where we intend to bring some of the things forward to. So basically what I'm saying here, Ian, is we've got time to go out there and actually speak to the public, let the public put some nominations in. There was already on one very, very popular social media platform who nominated, or were going to want to nominate someone, but he's actually knocked it back because he's too busy. But that's where, as far as I'm concerned, and I would think my group's concerned, our group is concerned, is that the public should have an input in here who that chair should be. Because the big problem here is if we decide today, there's only 5 councillors in this committee who are loosely Dumfries wards. Right, so you've got the rest of the borough councillors not getting input into this. So I think it's absolutely imperative we go to the area committee and use the time in between now and then to call for nominations from the public. How we do that, we'd have to leave up to members, I would suggest. But that's where we should be going. And I'd be happy to move that as an extra recommendation or a recommendation at the end, Ian, if people are in agreement.
Right, Andy, thanks so much for those comments. So as we get Stuart to come back and try and respond to that, what I'll do is I will go forward, take on the next list. So it comes to Slater, Thompson, Marshall, then Hagman. I'll let them speak, then we'll come back to the recommendations. You'll get the first chance, and if that's what you're saying, if you're saying, listen, you want to move an amendment to in regards to further public consultation, whether it's through area committee, through whatever type of event that may be, we'll listen to that at that time, and let's see what other members of other groups are thinking before we get to that point, Andy. But we'll make sure to come back to you. I'll put you on after Katie to come back. So, Councillor Slater, you're next, David.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just what Malcolm was saying there, I tend to agree with that, and also what Councillor Ferguson is saying as well. I think there should be more discussion about this, and 50k is a substantial amount of money as such, and I think people maybe should have more say in that, because it would look as if, although there's a board there, there's still someone above them as such within the council, and I think it's the board that should probably decide that decision. Thank you.
No, thanks. So we're getting a consensus across here, Stuart. So what will come back, probably prepping ourselves, Stuart, ready for it sounds like we get a consensus. We come back, how do we actually make the actions happen, fit the timelines, what we need to stick to by the time we get to that point in time. So we've got Councillor Thompson, then Marshall. Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. So, I'm not deviating too much from what's been said already. I think I had a few questions about agreeing the establishment of an additional officer. It does talk about the 50k drawdown and then a subsequent 200k drawdown revenue for the subsequent years. But, if we would effectively be saying we're going to recruit a dedicated officer to this project, or is it we can take a bit of money for this to support a general officer within the service to cover a bit of this and a bit of that? It's not really clear, and nor is it clear if it would only be tied to this project based on the revenue funding that we would gain as part of the funding. So I don't know what burden it would put on our existing budgets. And as Stuart had said in his introduction, it's kind of come upon us out with our council's plans, and we're having to sort of make a fist of it, if you like, while accepting that it's good to have that investment in the town. So I've got a few questions about that, just in terms of, would it only be tied to this project, any funding or any recruitment? Would it be specific for this project, or would it just be part of the workforce establishment of the council? Because there's obviously a duration to this, which would end, and then we have an officer who has a role for this, but maybe not a clear role within the shape of the new department. Who knows? The other thing is just about the ongoing, I suppose the map's been mentioned, but we're being asked to appoint in future at the council meeting, would it have to be somebody from Nithsdale area, or somebody whose ward represented Dumfries, or would it have to be somebody within the whole of D&G Council as a strategic appointment, or would it be, and also are we including list MSPs that cover the whole of the town of all persuasions? There's a few grey areas that don't seem to have been bottomed out. So again, the same questions as last time really, but I suppose that's some of my early thoughts. Thank you.
I'll only make one comment before Stuart comes in to answer some of them questions best he can. I think probably a lot of these questions have got to be better thought, looking the way it's heading, a later point in time, so we get right into the detail. I think you're absolutely right in regards to if we employ somebody in this case in 5, 6, 7, 8 years' time, where do they sit within the council at that point? But my view is very much, and I made this clear right for as soon as I seen this coming in, it should be led locally, again for local people. Shouldn't be people like myself as an Andale and Estelle member. Should be leading, and something that goes in Dumfries, it should be led by local people, local councillors, the MP and the MSPs of that remit there, sitting to the side, listed or otherwise. So, but Stuart, back to you, just to answer what you can in regards to Stephen's questions here. Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. I'll try and tidy up a couple of those for you as well. I think Councillor Thompson are thinking that this is a dedicated role. That we would define should committee move us in that direction this morning, and that officer would be embedded within the police team. Therefore, we've had discussions at this committee around about the resource for police planning in general, and I don't want to broaden the debate this morning around that, but this role would be embedded in that team, would be dedicated to this agenda, and in the fullness of time, if things work through, and there may be much longer term things, of course, that may happen in and around Dumfries and this sort of work that would have that dedicated staff requirement that could continue. Or not, that would just essentially, in the fullness of time, be broadened into the capacity of that broader team. But we do see it as being a resource dedicated to this Dumfries agenda at this time. We've sought some clarifications from the Department of Levelling Up, Housing Communities at the UK Government on a number of matters regarding the guidance, which for the Scottish context does lack some clarity, particularly where it talks really in the singular about a local MP or a local MSP, etc. There are obviously in Dumfries, there are 2 MPs that are involved here, that there are there are also a range of MSPs. In fact, I don't think there's any town across Scotland that's within this programme that is covered just by one MP and one MSP. So we've essentially been saying to them, we are going to invite all of those interests to engage, and it's almost a just tell us if we're wrong in our own interpretation, but that's what we're going to do. It does relate to the geography of the ask, as Councillor Ferguson was pointing out. That is left very open by the guidance. It's the clarifications that we have had, or certainly the discussions that we've had from the civil servants on this point, is it depends what the town board want to do, and the types of agendas that it wants to pursue, that geographical definition is therefore left a little bit open. The example that they constantly gravitate back towards as a transport agenda, if that's part and parcel of a range of interventions that the town board are interested in doing in terms of bringing some sort of transport infrastructure that facilitates the town centre, let's say, but those interventions need to take place at the peripheries and in some of the adjacent neighbourhoods to the town, then that's up to the town board to make that distinction. So that's why there's no real clear geographic definition in the guidance up to the town board. But yes, it does then translate into the nuances of it becomes slightly difficult to figure out which elected representatives need to be engaged on the board. Hope that's helpful, Chair.
Okay, just now, Stephen? Yep. No, Stephen's comfortable with that. Thanks very much. Thank you, Stuart. So we have Councillor Marshall Hagman. Councillor Hislop as a first-time speaker. So what I'm going to do at that point is go back to Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Johnston, as the two potential movers and seconders in regards to this, who have mentioned that previously. Understand what's going through the recommendations, understand what's being asked for here, and see if we come to some agreement. And David, at that point, if required, we'll bring you in then as a second-time speaker. So, Sean.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've listened to what's been said so far, and whether you look at, unfortunately or whatever, the council does have an accountable role to play in this, and in setting this up. That's not to say that there should be public involvement, at the start and also all the way through. I do hear what Andy says as well, and I personally believe that it should be Dumfries councillors that lead on this, but also it's just to remind them as well, Dumfries councillors take decisions right across this region that affect from Annan to Stranraer. So and Lagam, yeah. So I think all members have got a role to play in this, because you don't often get the opportunity for potentially 20 million to go into a certain part of the region. But I do think as well that whilst it's vital and crucial that we do have the appropriate chairman in place, I think it's also vital and important that we have the appropriate representation on the board. So I think the council and the members have a role to play in that and to be involved in that. If that can be extended towards the general public or the public of Dumfries, I'm all for that. But I do think it's not often you get opportunity to get capital investment in on this scale, and we've got to ensure that the money is spent right, it covers the appropriate area, and a lot of these decisions will be taken later in the process. But although we're saying we've got until April, that's not really a lot of time to get that in place, particularly to get the chairman in place and the board members. I do feel as well, and my group feels as well, that there should be cross-party representation at all political levels on this. I think it's vital important to drive this through. So I think there's a lot for us to discuss and think about. My worry as well, personally my worry is as well is that, you have to get the appropriate members on the board. There's a lot of initiatives that are going on at the moment, but what you've got to avoid as well is the promotion of pet projects and things like that. It's got to be right for the whole of Dumfries, and not just, to further some agendas. So that's a cautionary word on that note as well. I'll maybe come back in later once the debate ensues.
Thanks, Ronnie. We'll come back at that point. So, because we'll all go through the recommendation. I'll probably skip the first two because they're only for noting, but the real decision is 2.3, 2.4, 2.5. Councillor Hagman, you're next. Then I have actually got first time speakers, and I'll take them. Is Councillor Hislop after that, and Scobie, that is, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, no, like others listening, interested on this topic, and I have to agree, and I'm really happy to, if you're requiring a formal seconder of Councillor Ferguson's suggestion of bringing it back to the Nithsdale Area Committee. I'm looking at the council diary. 13th of March is when that's due. That being said, I'm really conscious that members of the public are not off. Well, I understand is it under the discretion of the chair whether members of the public can speak at area committee. So if we're going to widen this out, maybe we have to have a special meeting, or perhaps that needs to be considered as part of Nithsdale Area Committee if that is what is finally decided. I'm really pleased that Stuart mentioned the place planning team and obviously commented there that staff would be embedded within that. I mean, obviously the report says that the council has received £50,000. I don't see that in any of our budget monitoring reports, which takes us up to the 31st of January, and the guidance online says between the 18th of December that we will receive that. So, you know, that links in there. But I'm also really conscious that the guidance says that we will have dedicated Scottish and Welsh versions of the policy toolkit in early 2024. Now, I've had a look online, and the UK government's website says that that will be followed in due course. So I can't see that published anywhere. I think it would be really useful to know what that dedicated policy toolkit is. And until we know that, how can we possibly make any decisions going forward? Interestingly, I really I'm interested to know, and I would ask that this is potentially explored in whatever forum that we take this forward, whether it's Nithsdale Area Committee, whether in fact we have a community conversation. We've got the resources and the frameworks to have community engagement. You know, we've won awards for our community engagement, so we should be utilising those. And certainly within the guidance, it states local authorities will work with the chair to set up town boards or repurpose existing town deal boards or equivalent relevant boards in Scotland and Wales. And I would ask that consideration is given to a town team board, because my reading of that is that we have that option available to us. Now, we don't have the guidance, but certainly the current guidance says that an equivalent relevant board. And certainly if we look at the fantastic input and the real energy that's taken place across Stranraer as they develop their town plan and their place planning, again, this is, you know, something that we're moving forward. I would absolutely ask that consideration is given to that model going forward, and because that does engage the community. So yeah, just to summarise on that, Convener Chair, I'm really happy to support Councillor Ferguson's request. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that, Katie. So rather than going into answering any questions at the moment, Stuart, because we'll definitely got to come back to all of that stuff very shortly. Councillor Hislop, then Scobie, then we'll go into I'll ask Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Johnston to what their thoughts in regards to moving forward. If you've got a specific thing you do want answered at the moment, I thought you answered quite a number. Yep.
Well, yeah, no, I would be really interested to know what the team's thoughts are on how we can incorporate place planning into this project going forward. So that is a specific point that I would be really interested to get a response from. If you want to come back to it after, but that would be fine. Thanks, Chair.
No, we'll pick up on that now, Katie, because I think there's 2 or 3 points we'll touch on again, what you've brought up there that are quite appropriate. But Stuart, if you can pick up on that particular point for Katie just now, then we'll come back to the other points.
Yes, absolutely. So that policy toolkit that Councillor Hagman referred to, we haven't seen that just yet from the UK government. There have been conversations going on between UK government, Scottish government and Scotland's Towns Partnership around some of that, but nothing has come through just yet. And on that integration with the fantastic practice that is being rolled out across the region in terms of place, town teams, etc., that would be the model that we would highly recommend is put in place across Dumfries as well. The learning that we've had from Stranraer and other places, but particularly Stranraer, as Councillor Hagman has said, I think is really important here. And that would be the recommendation to committee, to the future town chair, etc. That's the way in which this can actually come together.
Thank you. So, Kate, you'll get a chance to come back on any points you need clarified later on. So we have Councillor Hislop, then Scobie, then we'll go to the recommendations to discuss and try and find a way forward. Thanks for that. Thumbs up, Katie. Ivor?
A wee saying first. Procrastination is the grave in which opportunity is buried. Now think on that. We have a timescale here to meet, and this is what worries me. Can we delay this, even starting the process of looking to appoint a chair, and still meet the deadlines we need to? And does that give us enough time for the chair, in consultation with whoever, to actually look and see what skills he needs on his board, and then to source those skills that he needs? Because we could put this out to the public, we might get 10 or 12 accountants, and yes, we'll be able to say where the money's been spent and what it's been spent on, but has it been spent in the right way? We don't know. We could get lawyers who could tie us up, a board of lawyers, they could tie us up in everything. But have we got the right skills mix? Have we discussed what the skill mix for this board is? And then people who might actually have the skills, who are sitting there not engaging, may come forward and say, well, I could do a job in there. And that's what we might need to look at first. But I think we need to get the chairman in place so that we can actually start to work that process through, because we've only got until August, and August isn't that far away.
Thanks, Ivor. I would agree with that entirely. In fact, we have to get that chairperson into place, and the looking as it stands. That's what we say. We'll go through the recommendations at 8, saying, listen, let's do that by the 27th of February. I'll bring it back to full council for then. And that's the detail I would like to get into as we go forward, Ivor, over the next 5 minutes. Willie, you're next. Councillor Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. Really, my remarks will be more to what Katie introduced and then Stuart responded, and it's to the example being the Stranraer Town team rather than a board. And I'm a bit envious of the report, particularly in 2.3, when we are talking about a board for Dumfries that gives members of the opposition opportunity to be on the board, whereas in Stranraer there is no member. None of the 4 members are on that Stranraer Town team. I have raised this with Stuart and Lorna, so I can take it offline in terms of, because it's slightly different to the Stranraer Town team where there are no members, and it is. So I'm no demurring from anything that's been said in terms of it being community-led, but there has got to be, in my opinion, the council has to be at the heart of that on the board and indeed in the town team. So I will take that up with Stuart offline in terms of the example. And Stuart did say he would highly recommend the Stranraer one. Well, the Stranraer one has no members on it. That's the town team. This one's slightly different. That's why I'm a bit envious, because I think the council has got to remain at the heart of it, still being driven by the community. But the council has got, in my opinion, have an eye on what's going on, particularly in reference to what Ivor said at the end there. So we can see what's happening, and it's not just pet projects that are finding their way on the agenda. So, I will take it offline with Stuart in terms of the Stranraer Town team, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Willie. Much appreciated. So, members, 2.1, because there was no other questions there really, so you'll take any points you've got offline. No, thanks so much for that. 2.1, 2.2 for note, and if we're happy enough to do that, we can revisit if needed. So as far as the way forward, I'll probably preempt Lorna and Tracy in regards to the level of delegation we've got here, we've been asked, and what can be then provided through the delegation to the committee, what work they can actually undertake, because I think, Andy, that's something you made a mention of. Malcolm was more broad. It needs to be community in particular. You mentioned using the facilities of the area committee. in real terms, but it's got its own terms of reference stroke delegations, so we have to make sure that everyone fits in. So I'll go through all three next to the recommendations, and let's go through them and see how we can work this into order. Take it in consideration. I think Ivor's point at the end, and Willie touched on it briefly as well, is that this is time imminent. We've got a set amount of time here, so if we do go through the area committee structure and that's allowed and that's the way we feel the best, we need to make sure that actually that fits in with the timelines and it doesn't delay or go back to Ivor's point of procrastination, which is certainly a different way of describing it. So 2.3 is to agree to officers consulting with the political groups to draw a long list of individuals to be considered for the role of the independent chair of the town board. Consultation. The consultation on that appointment will be with the local MPs, MSPs for Dumfries, and we've spoken about the MSPs being beyond just the constituent. It goes to the list as well. And to make a recommendation on this appointment to full council as of the 27th of February 24 as set out in paragraphs as mentioned, and 2.4 is to agree. I'll come back to you in a second. 2.4 is to agree the nomination of 2 elected members, so we'll have to talk about that as well, going back to local level, along with substitutes we're talking about. And 2.5 is to agree to the establishment of an additional officer to be based within the Economy and Development Place team. I think that could almost be part, but we'll come back to that as well. So, members, so what I'm going to do, Sean, if you don't mind, just before, because I said I'd come back to Andy then Malcolm, get their thoughts, because as being they're the people who've proposed this initially, and then come back to any wider comments that I needed in regards to that, and I got taking it forward. So, Andy, sorry,
can I just raise a point of order, please, Chair?
Go on then.
Sorry, Chair. I just feel it's really important to raise a point of order in reference to Councillor Hislop's comments there about the chair of the committee being a man. His board going forward, his recommendations, his chairman. So,
okay, Councillor Hagman, I'm sorry. That if a point of order really means a standing orders, I mean.
So under our standing orders, point 20 of our standing orders references our councillor code of conduct. Councillor code of conduct under 3.1, section 3, general conduct, says that we will not discriminate on basis of race, sex or sexual orientation. The discrimination and the assumption that it will be a man leading this, I feel, needs to be brought up. So just wanted to raise that point of order. Thank you.
Yep, so you're absolutely entitled to raise that point, but I mean, so the proper place to raise it, I would say, was through the Standards Commission, if you feel aggrieved in regards to that. Councillor Hislop will want to come in and respond, so we'll let you respond, Ivor, but then we'll move on very quickly thereafter that. Ivor?
My apologies, Chair, and the reference to man was man as the human race rather than man as the person. Sorry.
Thanks very much for that, Ivor. So, Katie, like we said, so Councillor Johnston?
It's just a wee point of clarity, Chair. You're referring to August as a deadline. Now, looking at the guidance here, it's by 1st of April 2024 that the town boards must be established. So, you know, time is of the essence here. We need to get this done because we don't want to end up sitting talking forever about it and then losing the money.
No, I agree with that. So I'll come back and you'll get that point, and I will come back to yourself as well, Sean. You had your hand up. Andy, Councillor Ferguson, you specifically moved a motion earlier, so I said I would come back to that point. Then Malcolm, you made the comments before that, so I'll come back to yourself after that. See if you want to second it. See if we can move forward. And before we officially do that, we'll make sure every other member's content and happy enough with that. Andy.
Okay, just firstly, I think I need to point out that I can't see them under any circumstances cancelling this, especially when there's an election in a few months' time. That's the sceptical me. What I'm saying here is this is probably the most important decision for Dumfries in recent living memory. Okay, and the public should be involved in the process right at the very start. I don't need lectures as well about what happens in Stranraer and everything everywhere else, because yes, I agree with that. Absolutely agree that it doesn't matter. This committee can make decisions, but what I'm saying here is that there's only 5 members of this 21 who are actually local to Dumfries in terms of where this money. And I'm not the person that's putting the circle on the map to show what's coming. That's the problem. We've not got a circle on the map right this moment in time. It's the government who are actually giving us this money, who are deciding that. That's why I'm saying is this has to go through the very local process. Just as we did with Stranraer, it went to area committee at Stranraer and all the rest of it, and things that's happening in Annan and Lockerbie and everywhere else. There is no reason whatsoever it can't go to area committee to get very local input from all, loosely to call them Dumfries borough councillors. I think there's only about 2 or 3 who don't actually touch the peripheries of Dumfries. So that would be a much fairer way, my way of doing it. It would be much more publicly acceptable, I would suggest. And I'm not too sure, but I think I'm right, is the area committee can actually allow members of the public to speak if we so decide. And I think that's in the gift of the members there that day. And I think it's absolutely imperative that the members of the public have a chance to speak, have a chance to actually contribute, a chance to nominate. And let's see where the nominations all come from and who they come from and where. I also think I'm really worried about pet projects. I think Willie touched on that, and Willie's right. We need to be guard against pet project. I think Ivor actually said something similar as well. So all I'm saying here is we're not putting anything back here by doing this. What we're doing is we're not making the decision today, but we're still within the timescales to get the decision to London in time to meet the deadline. And let's not think for a minute the deadline is when we're going to get told it's successful and they're going to agree it, because they're then going to sit in it for however length of time it takes them to go through it all, and then they'll come back with the agreement or not. I think that's my understanding of the process, and if I'm wrong in that, Stuart will keep me right. But I just think we really need to let the public have a much bigger say in the appointment to this chair, and then at a later date, how do we appoint how does the board get appointed? Because again, my understanding of it was it's the chair who's in charge of that process. Am I right?
So Stuart, I'll let you answer what you can there, then we'll go back to the decision making.
Yeah, I'll just try and clarify a couple of those things. So just to confirm the timescales that are ahead of us, the first step is to appoint the chair. The ask from the government to the council is that the council, by whatever means, makes that appointment, and then it is for the chair to work towards the appointment of all of the board members, and that board must sit by the 1st of April. So ahead of us in the next few weeks is the appointment of the chairperson, that chair being able to then assemble a town board, and the first meeting of that board to take place by the 1st of April. One of Councillor Ferguson's other points was just about then, I suppose, what happens from April to August in terms of the formation of that vision and investment plan, and what happens when that is submitted to the government at the end of that point. Yes, it does need to go to government for an assessment. The government are saying that, quote, it is a light touch assessment process. As long as the interventions or some of the interventions that are within that plan are there's a very large appendix basically to the guidance which talks about the types of interventions that they would expect to see in an investment plan, and are almost pre-approved, if you know what I mean. If there's something that falls out with those, and we are required to do a business case, then that assessment process will take a longer period of time. Otherwise, it should be a fast track process to getting to approving the plan and getting investment actually coming into the town straight away.
Thanks, Stuart. So I'm going to go to Malcolm next, and what I will come back and focus on after that, I will allow other members come in, obviously, is 2.3 and how we can add to that. So it's not about procrastination, it's not about delaying, it's actually we've got definitive timelines we have to stick by, and ideally I would like to think that the 27th of February was our first one. So we have a list of people to come back, and then the chair would be appointed at that point in time. But Malcolm, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to 2.3, I must admit I'm worried about the timeline, so I would like it to come back to full council on the 27th of February for all members to decide. We'll get a broad range of views at that point. I think, as Councillor Marshall said, it's important that everyone has some input to this as well. So I'm happy with the 27th of February. I just want to see some mechanism whereby we can have nominations from the community as well as from political groups. I suppose technically speaking, there's nothing to stop the community nominating people to political groups, in which case we then have the discussion. But I would like to see some means built into that recommendation where members of the community could actually make nominations as well.
Thanks for that, Malcolm. That's exactly what I was feeling. But Sean, I think we've got to bring you in.
Yeah, just in response to Andy as well, and I totally appreciate where he's coming from with the Dumfries councillors, but it's really just reminded me, when I was elected as a councillor, it's there to serve a ward and the region. So, and anything that happens in our capital, Dumfries, can reverberate to all across our region. So I think we all take decisions in the best interest of Dumfries. In relation to, also with regards to consultation through the Nistdale Area Committee, if that could be factored in, because there is the opportunity to have people along that speak to that, and that could be where the public has a voice. And I don't know if that fits in with the timescale for the full council on the 27th of February, but if not, probably there is a full council meeting at the end of March. If it is at the end of March, I'm still a little bit concerned. I think the group share this as well, that, and I think Stuart mentioned it as well, that whilst we have to appoint a chair, and it's very important we have that right person in place, I don't think it's their unilateral responsibility to select the board members. I do think that we do have to have some kind of say, or to actually see that list, and also taking into account some of the other issues that have been raised with regards to the MSP, MP and elected council representation, which is represented at 2.4. So I would like, if we can fit in the Nistdale Area Committee for a discussion there, but also for it to come back to full council, whether that be in February or March. But I would also like, within that report, when there's the long list of nominations, hopefully, for the chair, also at the same time, can we have a list of the proposed thoughts on the representation of the board from all various agencies, the groups that are working there, members of the public, businesses, etc. And I think if we do that at the same time, that will not only make us have a chance to have a look at that, but also make the independent chairperson his role a lot easier. His or hers, yes. Nearly got through it all without them.
No. So, I see, Gail, but before I bring you in, Gail, because I see you're wanting to come in, I think 27th, we'll just take advice from Stuart on this particular point, because I think 27th of February, we'll leave it end of March, because I think we've got to have a chair appointed and the board into place by the 1st of April. So leave it to end of March. I think it'll be very difficult to appoint the chair, very difficult to make it. But I'll ask Stuart, so we're absolutely clear in regards to that. But I think your other points are absolutely valid and can be done in regards to, I think, the committee if possible. So just for the openness, but I've already been advised here that there's no public speaking allowed at this moment in time with the committees, whether that can be changed or not. But that's how it stands in our standing orders. Listen, I'll shut up at that, but I think 2.3, if we can add the area committee and the community involvement in whichever other way that may be involved, doesn't have to just be through, but it can go back to what Malcolm's saying. But Gail, maybe you want some comment. No, Stuart, I'll get the clarity in regards to Sean's point first, and then I'll come to you, Gail.
Thanks, Chair. The guidance does point out, and it's actually in paragraph, there's a set of bullet points in paragraph 3.4 of the report, which sets out all the timescales, which might be just helpful to draw members' attention to. And it does say in that third bullet point, which is taken from the guidance, that the council must work with the chair to form the town board. So there is that liaison and that sort of active engagement with and support for the chair to bring the representatives of the town in whatever shape or form together. But yes, the 1st of April is the point at which the town board must convene, must have its first meeting. So there is a rapid setup that's going to be required.
Sean?
Just wondered if Stuart, because Stuart did mention it would, in one of your comments you mentioned it was a responsibility of the chair to appoint the board members. So I'm just asking in relation to my request for a list to be discussed, to shared with the groups and also with the full council about a proposed list. And then ultimately, if the decision has to be taken by the chairperson of the board, then so be it, that's what would happen.
Stuart?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, I think that's correct, Councillor Marshall. There's a pragmatism around this that we need to do a lot of work ahead of the chairperson coming into post so that we can properly advise them. And but the guidance is basically saying that it's one of the chair's roles is when they are convening the board to ensure that it is representative of the diversity of interests, etc., within the place, and that the right sets of skills are present around the table as well. So it is, the guidance has set that out as being the responsibility of the chair. But I think it goes back to almost the first discussion that we had this morning around the levels of support that the council will have to put around that chair, and I think it's an important point for being able to attract somebody into that chairship, that they know that they are going to be supported by the council in doing that.
So sorry, just to come back. So in that, there could be a list that's presented to full council on potential board members or to share with groups.
I think that's the case, but Lorna, running about the privacy factor, I think Lorna wants to say something.
Yeah, obviously, in considering a chair, we need to consider, obviously, confidentiality around that discussion with members, and that's something we'll take some advice on. But there's absolutely the case that if members would like officers some suggestions on 2 points, I think, Sean, one on some of the skill sets that might be required around the board, without identifying an individual around that, and a number of the organisations within Dumfries that would show interest in, I'm sure, supporting the board or participating in the board, to give you that as a kind of starting point. We can do that, but obviously once the chair's appointed, that would be a matter that we could work with members on with the chair to form the board on that basis.
Thank you. So I'm going to make a proposal before I bring you in, Gail, but you're next straight away after this, if you're prepped. So that we do agree 2.3 as it is, with the addition that we involve the local area committee and the wider community. If we can leave it as broad as that, then we can take that forward. But we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that point. Gail?
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, I've listened intently to the debate, and I have an absolute sympathy with what Andy and Malcolm are saying around community engagement. It'll come as no surprise to you to know that I've been lobbied by every community group and interest group in Dumfries in recent months, and I think there has to be a pragmatism that not everybody will be able to sit at the table, and it will be for the board chair to put together a board that is going to be representative of the town and take forward the projects that we need to. But I think the steps are that we need to appoint a chair as soon as possible, and then we need to delegate to that chair, as you say, Lorna, the skills and capacity that we need within that board to make sure that we've got something that's really fit for purpose. So I think that we do need to make that decision at the end of February, but be mindful that we can take nominations potentially from the community and add them to the list that groups may be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Gail. Archie? Yep.
I'm looking at the Economy and Resources Committee, and I don't see, and I don't mean this in any way, but Gail's name on this. Are you substituting for somebody, Gail?
She is. That should have been mentioned at the beginning. She's no substitute. Sorry, Tracy, she's not substituting.
Sorry, there was a vacancy on this committee and it was filled by the Conservative group. They had a vacancy. It was filled in advance of the meeting.
Thanks for that, Tracy. There's only 20 names, I think, on the front list, if you look. So I got caught up with that one as well. So going forward then, can we agree 2.3 with the addition, taking into consideration the timelines with addition to it, then I'll come to yourself, David, you've been trying again for the last 15 minutes, with the addition that we include the area committee and the wider community.
I think also included in that is all the discussion about the list, etc. proposed.
I suppose is that so. Well, I'll read it out in Sean. So it's agree to officers, and it come and amend it if you need be. Agree to officers consulting with political groups to draw up a long list of individuals to be considered for the role of the independent chair of the town board. The consultation on that, the appointment with the local MPs, MSPs, and that's all list and constituents for Dumfries, and to make a recommendation on the appointment to full council on the meeting of the 27th of February, setting that a timeline. But beyond that, I would ask that the recommendation includes we engage with the area committee. It might have to call a special meeting, this area committee. I'm not sure what its timescale is. We engage with this area committee and the wider community. I'm not exactly sure how we should do that, but we've got statutory consultation and engagement processes we would need to adhere to. Sean?
You've covered nearly everything apart from just what Lorna kind of gave us advice on with regards to the list of that would be presented to the chair of potential board members. So if we included that within it.
It's a matter for members, but we certainly will take it in action, whatever we decide today, Sean, so we will definitely do that.
Are you comfortable in action? Or you want to incorporate action? Right, okay, either way, it's up to you. Councillor Slater?
Stuck. Thank you, Chair. Yes, two things really. How far does this was mentioned before, obviously, but how far does the town centre area, this cover the town centre area? And secondly, as being a town centre councillor, and there's another 3 councils within this ward, I think that we should be quite heavily involved in trying to see the town going forward. Thank you.
Sure, maybe I ask you to answer that first question, and 2.4 will cover your next point at 2.4, I think, David. So, Stuart.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Slater. It is beyond the town centre that we have to be thinking about here. There is quite a lot of focus in the guidance and the interventions that are suggested that are town centre focused, but there is a recognition that it is a whole place strategy and investment plan that we're talking about. So that sort of bleeds into the conversation that we were having with the points that were raised by Councillor Ferguson earlier on in terms of the broad definition of Dumfries as opposed to a very tight one, but it is that broader definition that we're talking about.
Thanks for that, Stuart. David, were you wanting back in?
Yes, just the fact that we are town centre councillors, and I did say we should be quite heavily involved. I think if they're going to spread it out further than that, it's actually, it probably may be a good thing, but it's diluting what we might be able to do for the town. Thank you. So
we'll cover that at 2.4 then. We'll cover that particular point at 2.4. I think we've got a way forward for that. So, Councillor Hagman, I don't know if the legacy hands on it, but I'll let you in first, Katie, because you've wrote it in the speak. I'm not sure they've got other speakers, people trying to get in. Katie?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I think you made reference that you come back to some of the questions that I'd raised, and one of the questions specifically was, can we take our established guidelines, our established way forwards of place planning and that toolkit and consider that as one of the options to develop with this funding? So that was a specific ask. Will that be explored? Because we do have those mechanisms in place. We've got some good practice and good learning. So I would like to see how that can be incorporated. So it's just to ensure that that really good piece of work is incorporated going forward. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that, Katie. My own thoughts on that initially, obviously Stuart's to answer this, but it'll be for the board to decide. But Stuart.
Yeah, I think we can give a level of assurance today that the best practice that we've been developing across the region will be employed here, and also that what the guidance talks about was that not really encouraging places not to ignore pre-existing pieces of work that have come forward. So that is very much the case in Dumfries, with the action plan around the dynamically different Dumfries work that was done a couple of years ago. So there is a vision there. There are actions, there are some defined projects, and I think all of these will form the basis of the new 10-year vision and investment plan that the government is looking for to mandate its investment come August.
Thank you, Stuart. I'm going to have to come back there. I can't help myself. But I mean, my understanding is that, like I said, it's for the board to decide. It's no actual council project, so it would be for the board to decide. So therefore, it would be for them to decide which format they take. I think you're outlining absolutely correctly best practice and what they maybe should take forward, but ultimately it comes back to them. I'm saying that with respect, Stuart, I really do. So 2.3, Andy, I see your hands up. But and I think you're voting in. But 2.3, I think we've agreed it. I just want to be absolutely clear before we move on to 2.4, which Councillor Slate has been bringing a number of times. So we've agreed it with additionality. The area committee gets involved, wider community involvement, and the action being outlined in regards to which was Sean's request. If we can agree that. But Andy, I'll let you in just in case you had something different you wanted to add.
Thanks, Ian. No, what I was actually going to suggest is that area committee, I think we call them community events, where we can have something in the evening, for example, out with the normal committee pattern and allow members of the public to attend. I have an awful notion we might need the Lowerburn Hall or somewhere, well, not nowadays, but Easterwood Hall or something is big enough for public interest. But it's just, I'd be happy for us to go down that route, Ian, as long as we make this a community event and we make it so that the public can come be involved, whether that's Stuart and his team or the ward officers and everybody all together, right? Be able to explain to everybody what's going on, and then picking up nominations or whatever from the floor, whatever it might be. I'm talking more about a community event being run on behalf of the area committee, rather than a decision-making process. It was more an information process we were looking at. And just one last thing is a technical detail, Ian. If we appoint a board chair and we appoint 2 councillors in the next part, we have a board because we don't know what the quorum for the board is. So then you can then add to that board at any time after that. So there's no rush about the board. We can have a real proper community engagement exercise on who we appointed at the board. And it would be up to the chair and the 2 councillors who were there, and the 2 substitute councillors if need be, to actually make recommendations to come back to full council at a later date. So this is doable, and it's not procrastination. But anyway, I'd be happy to go along with what's getting said, Ian, if it's some sort of community event being hosted by council services and on behalf of the area committee.
Thank you. So I suppose the point I'll pick up there in particular, Andy, I didn't disagree with much of what you're saying, but we can't dictate, the Economy and Resources Committee cannot dictate to the Nistile Area Committee what they can and cannot do and what they will do. But I'll be very surprised if the chair and vice chair of that committee, along with the respective officers, don't get on board with this, because there's a clear political will to make it happen in regards to the area committee get involved. And then at that point, through the local members, like I say, I'm keeping this a clear distance away from this because I think it should be, and it's quite clear within the guidance for the UK government, should be led by the local people, not people that come back to it. I wouldn't be very happy actually if this money was being put into Arran and somebody for whether it was Dumfries, Kirkcudbright or Stranraer was coming in to take the lead. I wouldn't be very happy with that at all. So I would absolutely agree with the sentiments of UK government, how it goes forward. But so if we can agree to 2.3 with additionality of the area committee involvement, we can't determine what they'll do. So they'll have to speak now. I would think that the chair and vice chair will be more than up for the discussion over that and how we take that forward. Along with, there will be community involvement in regards to that as well. And like I say, we've picked up in the additional action which Director Lorna said she'll come back to, under Sean's request. So if we agree that, 2.4, thanks very much, I really do appreciate your contributions. 2.4 is to agree the nomination of 2 elected members and nominated substitutes for the board. Members, is this something, again, we should be delegating to There's two options here as far as I'm concerned. Should we be delegating this to Nifty Area Committee? Come back to the points that we made, David. I think they're absolutely appropriate. And my own view as well, it said it should be led locally. Maybe goes beyond just Dumfries Town Centre. I think maybe it should be more Dumfries, but it's for Nifty Area Committee to determine. I would say, ultimately, if that wasn't to happen, say for some odd reason, Area Committee didn't call a special meeting or are fitted into their businesses to go forward, that would have to come back to the February 27th full council to be appointed for that. That way, all members would be involved, so it doesn't just restrict to, I think at this moment in time, we're restricted to E&R Committee. We can't appoint from another committee, comes back to full council. So it's a belt and brace approach is what I'm trying to take here. Let's involve Nifty Area Committee, let's involve the local people in Dumfries and the decision makers directly elected in that area. But worst case scenario, we've got a belt and brace approach, it can come back to full council, and it will come back for the full appointment in 2.4. So Councillor Hislop's want to come in, and then David will bring yourself in, and if we can agree to that, we'll move forward. Ivor and Thompson.
Just a quick one. What is the status of the member who attends the board? Are they there as a board member, or are they there as the representative of the council on that board? Because it might be better that it's not members of the E&R, because if the decision comes up, you'd have to leave the meeting. You wouldn't have any input whatsoever in the council's part of this. And it's just, where's the governance sort of line in that?
Excellent question. Stuart?
Actually, I might look to my director to provide a little bit of guidance on that, if that's okay for Lorna.
Thanks, members. I mean, I think one of the things that we're waiting on the guidance is about the town board, but it describes it as a forum. So although the word board would give connotations of an incorporated organisation, it's a forum for bringing the community together and forming a plan for investment, which we then need the council's support as the accountable body to present to UK government. So I don't believe, I think it's a bit like the IJB wearing two hats, Ivor. I think that would be my kind of suggestion. The members can give their views there, but act in another form within another part of our own organisation. But hopefully that we can get more clarity when the guidance comes from UK government to give further assurance to members participating. But I would imagine that's familiar to members who participate in other forums in their own wards already.
Thanks so much for that guidance, Lorna. Agree with that entirely. So we have Councillor Slater, then Thompson, then Marshall. And we're on 2.4, remember. David?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I still feel that the 4 town centre councils should be heavily involved in this. I do, because it's a very important decision to be made. And I must admit, myself and other colleagues would probably love to be involved with something like this. Thank you. Not just 2 members, but the 4 members, because they're all involved in the town centre. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Stuart, and wherever else necessary, but it's Stuart.
It's certainly prescriptive in terms of the 2 elected members, chair, and really we are thinking through then the practice of just making sure that at all meetings there are at least 2 elected members represented and attending, and therefore we are sort of adding on the fact that it would be a best practice to nominate substitutes to be able to provide that coverage, so that we have that 2 members present at each meeting. But that is quite clearly set out in the guidance that it has that limit to 2.
So I wonder, David, if the board itself wants to have a wider engagement with all elected members in the elected in Dumfries area, that would be for them to decide. But it is absolutely prescriptive. It must be a maximum of 2, and we are obviously putting substitutes in for the sake of quorum and representation. You okay with that?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Councillor Thompson and Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick one. I suppose it's on the meaning of local. So at 4.4.2 it talks about the prescribing. Some people might say that a local MP or MSP would be a constituency MP. Some might say that local means those who represent that area. Similarly with councillors, is it the wards that are local, or is it local in terms of Dumfries and Galloway being the locality, if you like? So it's maybe I'm totally supportive of Nithsdale area appointing rather than this committee, obviously, because we don't have many we're not fully represented from the Dumfries Town Centre in this committee. But in terms of MPs, I think with the boundary change, you might only have one MP actually representing Dumfries, even out to the A75 or whatever. So there is considerations around that as well, if we're exploring that. But I think if we can get that detail when we're actually at the point of making an appointment, and I think the governance question was very appropriate as well in terms of if it's a forum just to devise a plan but not implement it, and it's not directing money or resources, then that's probably fair enough, but I suppose it's just clarifying those roles and responsibilities for everybody involved. Thank you.
No, thanks so much for that, Stephen. So you're looking for, make sure that's there for the 27th of February coming back. Right, excellent, thank you. Councillor Marshall, Sean.
Yeah, I was going to suggest we defer this to the full council because we've already kind of identified there's some ambiguity with regards to the MP MSP representation, and we probably need just to kind of firm that up, and we can also select the makeup of the elected representatives and substitutes there, taking into cognisance, what Councillor Slater has said about, town centre members. But I think we don't need to take that decision today. We already have to get further clarity on the MP MSP situation, so let's do that with the elected councillors as well. Okay. So that I would move that we just, don't make a decision today, but we include it in the discussions leading up to the full council in February.
So I think, so at 2.3 we've already agreed, and we were quite clear that all MSPs that we represent, I think it's pretty much the south of Scotland, with their constituency, they would be involved through that process when it comes to the chair. Is it the membership of the board you're talking about in particular?
No, I don't think we have kind of made that. I think we've agreed that we'll get more information when it comes to full council about whether it's regional list MSPs, is it the 2 constituency MSPs only, is it the 2 MPs for the constituencies? So I thought that a lot of this will be decided when we.
I think it's 2.3. It was just a consultation, and I think we agreed it. If you listen back, I was absolutely explicit on what regards to that. It was all MSPs that didn't say cover the south of Scotland, but I said listed constituency. So it wasn't just the constituent, it was all MSPs that would represent Dumfries in real terms. That's in the engagement in regards to bringing back a long list for the chairperson themselves, but with the additions that either committee, community and your action gets provided back.
I'm just thinking that the original 2.3 was just on the appointment of the chair, and I think that's changed now. So I think we can look at... No,
so we've moved and graded 2.3, and that's what I was saying, that I would give you the charge. 2.4 was now about the nominations of 2 elected members, and that does actually refer to 2 elected members of the Dumfries and Galloway Council. So it was just in regards to that, and I think I would agree entirely with what you're saying, that let's put that back, actually, and let Nithsdale Area Committee, let them have the conversation about it, and let that again come back. I would agree entirely with what you're saying, Sean, let that come back to February 27th, let the 2 elected members be elected from the full body of the council rather than E&R.
And just one point you made there, it's not just Nithsdale, it's with also the other councillors as well, the discussions will take place. So
I think we're looking to just put it back to Nithsdale Area Committee, that's all this. No, but I mean, it's obviously political groups, that's beyond, but they're got to go through Nithsdale's going through the community-led, we're using them as the community facility to engage with them. So if 2.4, is everybody okay with that? Oh, sorry, Katie, Councillor Hagman, is you on the list? Katie?
Well, I've put my hand up. I'm really
I did have you on the list. Go on then. Yep, go on.
Sorry, I appreciate that Tracy's put in some additional words in the chat, but I have no idea of what is being agreed and what is not. And from an accessibility point of view, can we please have the full list of recommendations that we're agreeing? Because I think we're in danger of adding in some sections. There's conflict between Sean's comments there about list MSPs that's not been captured in the note that Tracy's. I just think we need some clarity here. Can we maybe just stop, take a breath, and actually write down the full list of recommendations that we're looking to agree? Because I can't agree a recommendation if I don't know what I'm actually agreeing to. And you've mentioned that we've agreed 2.3, but I don't think we actually have, because we don't have clarity of what that actually is.
I'm absolutely clear.
Is it possible?
Katie, I'm absolutely clear that we've agreed 2.3. We went beyond that and moved on to 2.4. But if I'll read it out what Tracy's put in the chat, so we're absolutely clear because it is material to this conversation. I've noted it in 2.3. So that recommendation is as it stands within, with the addition at the end of the following paragraphs, 4.4.1 and 4.4.5, following wider consultation with Nistdale Area Committee and the wider community, and for the reports to include a list of skills required to sit on the board and organisations who could support and participate at the board. And there was a further action beyond that which Sean requested, and the director said she would fulfil. And that we agreed that, and before I moved on to 2.4. 2.4 is specifically, now I'll give you a chance, Katie, just to look at that and all our elected members, but we have agreed that, and beyond that point in time, but I will be to a degree flexible if there's some real adverse comments, but I thought we were quite clear in regards to how we'd agreed that. 2.4 is about how we then take forward the recommendation being 2 elected members from Dumfries and Galloway Council. Again, so we discussed that. Sean put forward a number of proposals. One of the proposals was that actually lies with the full council on 27th of February. I agree with that entirely. As part of my comments initially, I did mention that. So it shouldn't just come from the body of E&R committee. It should come from the wider council. Council Hislop Committee made some comments in regards to if we restrict it to E&R, when we come to make financial decisions in regards to these functions going forward, that would restrict the members sitting on if they declare interest or walk away. So there's a number of comments made. So I think I take on board what you're saying, Katie. So maybe what we'll do is, once we agree each recommendation, we'll stick it in the chat, make sure that everybody's comfortable with that, then we'll move on. But Katie, your leaders try to get in. So Councillor Thompson's desperate to try to get in just for a bit of clarity as well. But I'll come back to you, Katie. Stephen?
I just signalled that I wanted to come in, just no mad rush, but it's fine. But thanks for letting me in. It was just, in terms of our sort of in-flight rules, we didn't really do this at the start, but are we now accepting that at committees, even if the public can see it or not, stuff that we're writing in teams is now considered as part of the discussion and debate?
So as part of the point, the original script that I read as part of how we function on it says anything that's material to the committee that's put in the chart shouldn't be put in the chart function, but if it is, then we'd read it out, so it's absolutely clear, and that's why I've read it, because it is material. I hadn't picked up on it until Katie pointed it out to me. So I've read that, so it is part of, that's why I've read it out, Stephen, so I think that probably covers your point, is it?
Yeah, it's just going forward, because obviously for those who maybe are trying to guide members of the public and members through the business of a committee, we're either accepting now that if you put stuff in teams, it is actually part of the discussion now, whereas previous advice was it wasn't part of the discussion. So maybe I'll just check with governance, is that how we're operating now?
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. I just put it in the chat for the avoidance of doubt, because Councillor Hagman had asked me specifically to put it in the chat, but no, we shouldn't be using the chat for decisions that are made. But what I would ask Councillor Crothers to do, the chair, is if he could come to me at the end of the discussion, I can clarify it and read it out to everybody so that it's recorded and it's on the live stream available to the public.
That'd be really helpful, and I think it might address some of the just questions, because it's just perfectly crystal clear and in the public domain in that way. Thank you.
Okay, that's no problem. So just for absolute clarity then, going back to that point, Tracy, we'll cover it again, but I mean, it has been covered, but 2.3, and we're beyond that point, we have agreed it. We're on to 2.4, but Tracy, do you want to just read out what you think the decision is what we've actually made?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So far, 2.1, 2.2 are noted as per the report. 2.3 is agree to officers consulting with the political groups to draw up a long list of individuals to be considered for the role of independent chair of the town board, and for consultation on that appointment with all MPs, including list for Dumfries, to make a recommendation on this appointment to full council at its meeting on the 27th of February 2024, as set out in paragraphs 4.4.1 and 4.4.5, following wider consultation with Nistdale Area Committee and the wider community, and there's an action for that report coming back to include a list of the skills required to sit on the board and organisations which could support and participate on that board.
Thanks very much. 2.4, like I said, we've not got any. Councillor Dryburgh?
Yeah, just to maybe make it easier for 2.4, is agree the nomination of 2 elected members and nominate a substitute to represent Dumfries and Galloway Council on the town board as set in paragraph 4.5 at 27th of February full council.
Yep, comfortable with that. Malcolm?
I'm just happy to second what Archie's just said.
No, it's outlined earlier. Katie? Katie's hands up. Katie, will you want to come back in?
Yeah, no, it's potentially a side point, but again, it falls down to governance and accessibility. we need to make sure that we're following our own guidelines, and if we're amending the recommendations and they're being put in the chat, which cannot be used, etc. I think it's really important that maybe we email out different recommendations. We've done that in the past, so all members, whether in the chamber or online, are fully aware of what they're agreeing. There's been a proposal and second to agree the nomination in 2.4 there, which I don't think we've gone to a vote, or you've got the full committees, but you've got the proposal and nomination. So before that's agreed, how does that fit if we're agreeing the nomination of 2 elected members on the 27th of February, but we're going to liaise with Nithsdale Area Committee, which doesn't sit until the 14th, I think, of March, or the 13th of March? How do those things work? I'm just needing some clarity, because I think we're getting ourselves in such a muddle here, because we're adding in comments as we go and it's not clear. Thank you.
Lorna.
So I'm not going to open up a recommendation 2.3, which has been decided by committee, but the reference there that Councillor Ferguson had led on was a community event with area committee support somewhere in Dumfries, where there was information for the public on the town board and the development of it, the background to it, and also to allow community engagement around potential nominees for chair and involvement in that. So in a similar fashion, on area committees ahead of full council on the 27th, officers can, Councillor Hagman, engage with chair and vice chair of Nithsdale Area Committee and all members of the area committee as well for any considerations around this matter before it's brought forward. But obviously, in terms of the recommendation to full council, it will be to agree the nomination, and it will be for members to propose nominations for that. So officers will certainly get support from community engagement and other parts of the council to make sure that there's full engagement and discussions over February. Again, a huge demand on time, but appropriately so. So just recommending that officers are given some support to access both political groups and committee groups as well to do that work, as members have discussed.
Thank you, Lorna. See anybody else coming in? So, Tracy, just for the absolute, so that all members have heard and understand what Councillor Driver moved formally and Councillor Johnson seconded as a motion.
Thanks, Chair. So 2.4 is to defer the nomination of the 2 elected members and nominated substitutes to represent Dumfries and Galloway Council on the Town Board as set in paragraph 4.5 for this to be brought back to the full council on the 27th of February.
Thank you very much. That's agreed. No amendments being proposed. 2.5 I think is a known at the moment. I'll take members, but I don't think it should even be there. It'll naturally come back to the full council on the 27th of February is what I'm hearing. That should be. And ultimately what we're asking for is feedback from the board itself. Let it decide. I would imagine it'll probably come back and say, please council, can you give us that level of resource? But at least give them the choice. So if we don't agree anything there, that's removed. That'll naturally come back 27th of February. Members content with that? I'm getting lots of nods. Councillor Thompson, Stephen?
Yeah, I'm just conscious that we've put quite a lot of stock in moving forward at pace with this. And I think part of that would be establishing certain things and liaising with the potential chair in time for the deadline of April, I think it is. So I'm thinking, well, is that with existing staff resources? Because obviously we're maybe thin on the ground, or always sort of seeking to recruit and fill vacancies and that kind of revenue cost. So there's the drawdown of 50k, which we've taken. So how are we actually going to implement that quick turnaround if we don't agree how we're going to fund it?
A good question, but we understand there's 50k being allocated already towards that potential resource, and it's how Stuart, I would imagine, splits his team or otherwise with direction of Lorna, but I suppose only have to be done. Which Lorna's looking to answer this one?
I think the simple answer, Councillor Thompson, is I'll need to take a view on what's prioritised with the team. So there'll be stuff that we were progressing through February that'll need to be paused. I can't tell you what that is offhand, but we don't have resources that are not deployed already, but I'll take a view on that with Stuart and Steve.
And I think the exact timelines are 27th of February is what we've agreed, is the appointment of the chair to the full council, and the 1st of February is 1st of April, sorry, so the end of March we have to have the board into place by then. I think that's what we agreed. previously. You all right with that, Stephen?
If that's the answer.
Des, I'm sure that's what we've done already. No, thank you very much. Thanks all members. I knew that would be... Oh, David, sorry, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Just one point, and we're forming a board. Would it be good to have totally new people on the board from ideas that they have, rather than sometimes boards can be made up of a situation where people where they've already been in boards, and some of these have been successful, and some have not been so successful.
I suppose,
so
David, just to try and... I know, I'm only reason I'm coming in now is because of the statement you made when you said we're trying to form a board. We're definitely not being the council. So the council is staying at arm's length for this. We've got to facilitate. So we put a chair into place, and the chair forms a board with as long as it already outlined, and Stuart's, there'll be pressure on them over the next month to go out there and put that board into place. So they'll just have to split the workload or whatever they can do. It will be diluted, but they'll get back on track once that's been done. So I think it is for the board to do that through the chair, but we don't do it. The council doesn't do it. It's the chairperson themselves that will do that. Oh, thank you very much. And the guidance, I tell you, it was very helpful for myself, and that one was the guidance. We've got a link to it within that report, the UK guidance, and it makes it absolutely clear. Item number 5. Members, let me find my papers. I notes I should say it. I'll just wing it. You have, thank you. That's fine. Thanks very much. That's all right. You can have them. Item number 5, I think we're on, which is Galloway National Park. Support asks members to consider whether the council wishes to support the proposed nomination being developed by the Galloway National Park Association for a new national park to be designated in Galloway. Simon Fieldhouse, Simon's here to answer any questions in regards to this. I suppose I should really ask you, Simon, anything to add to the report before I go into further questions from members?
Nothing to add, Chair.
Thank you very much, Simon. Members, up to yourselves. Councillor Marshall's first. Sean?
Yeah, just in relation to the decision on 2.5, just happy to support in principle the association's proposed nomination, and also quite heartening that all 3 local authorities have had constructive dialogue on the submission as well, which is good.
Thank you, Sean. Thanks very much for those comments. Councillor Driver?
Thanks, Chair. And I think we do have to acknowledge the work carried out by the Galloway National Park Association on this, and as Sean said, we're very much in principle support the outcome of this particular report.
Appreciate those thoughts and those comments, Councillor Driver. Now, at 11:58, which I think we've got Councillor Hagman, Hislop and McFarlane, so I'll take it in that order because I don't see anybody else within the room. David, sorry, David. Sorry. No, I'll take it in that order if you don't mind. I didn't see your hand up there. I'm just trying to take note to who's in the room. So we've got Councillor, if I'm correct, it's shown 11:58. Councillor Hagman, then Hislop, then McFarlane, then Councillor David Slater as well. So Katie.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. So, I mean, much of the recommendations that we're being asked to do is noting. So we're noting 1, 2 and 3, acknowledging and then determining whether to support in principle. So, like others, would thank the volunteers that have brought this forward. Clearly, we don't have a copy of the submission and we can't see the submission, so it's very hard to support it in its entirety. But absolutely, there is a support in principle there from myself. I think it's really important to acknowledge that the guidelines around a new potential national park will hopefully, and the aspiration is to look at some of the issues that were raised, because there are concerns of how this would affect the local economy, and certainly the fact that a new national park should support sustainable tourism and visitor management, but also create new employment opportunities and support sustainable growth of our local economy. I appreciate we did have the opportunity at the seminar to raise some of these points. One of the points that I raised was, would the group support additional visitor levies into the region, etc., or the council tax proposal on second homes in a bid to deal with some of the issues ranging across the local authority area around housing and also just general resources. So I think, we have to be looking at how this would potentially progress. Obviously, we're at the first stage just now. And if Galloway is successful, I would hope that we were able to take a really active part in shaping what that would look like, and thank the National Park Association for their hard work in getting to that process. And then the process going forward would almost renew. So I just wanted to double check with the council officials if that is their understanding too. So we would get potentially a designation locally, and then it would almost be a line in the sand, and then how do we take that forward, thanking those individuals that had got us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Simon.
Thank you, Chair, and through yourself. Our understanding, obviously, is that this is a nomination process that closes on the 29th of February. Obviously, consideration will be given by the Scottish Government on the number of nominations received and what they would class as, I suppose, being successful, meeting their criteria. After which point there would be further engagement, and we believe obviously that would be led by Nature Scot and the Reporters Unit to undertake further formal engagement, obviously with key stakeholders locally, to ensure obviously that sort of the breadth and the scope of the national park is defined at that point. So we would have further opportunity for engagement and discussion at that point, Chair.
Thanks so much, Simon. Katie, you okay with that?
Yeah, I guess it's a bit of clarity. I'm not sure where we are on that one, if the Galloway National Park Association's bid is successful, that piece of work, would that be part, or would that piece of work be developed in conjunction with other stakeholders? I'm not quite sure where we are in terms. My understanding was it would almost be a vehicle, and then some of that work would be acknowledged, but we would almost start afresh working in what the structures would be. Or would the proposal then be taken forward and developed further? I'm just conscious we don't have a copy of the proposal. Thank you.
Simon.
Thank you, Chair. Our understanding is obviously that the work that's been undertaken by the Galloway National Park Association is almost the first step on that route. There would be further opportunities through a defined body, which would be Nature Scot, for further engagement, further consultation, to ensure obviously that model is developed in line with obviously previous consultations that have been undertaken in terms of the scope, the remit of national parks across Scotland. So it's not that the work wouldn't be counted, the work would form the basis of why we've progressed to the next stage, if that makes sense. So we are taking on board obviously sort of the Galloway National Park Association's hard work that they've undertaken over the last couple of years. If that nomination is successful, obviously we would then start a further more detailed formal consultation to look at the scope, governance, format and framework for a national park locally.
Thanks, Simon. Councillor Hislop. Ivor.
Yeah, just to say that I think the previous speakers have echoed my sort of sentiments, and that we also agree that we should in principle support the association's proposed nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivor. Councillor Andy McFarlane. Andy?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I too would like to support this in principle, and I think we should acknowledge the enthusiasm and the hard work and endeavour that have gone into it from the National Park Group. However, I listened to their seminar the other week, and it gave me some pause for thought. So whilst I support it in principle, I do think that there are areas that need addressing. There did seem to be a commitment to getting tourism in, but there doesn't appear to be any commitment to ensuring that we have high quality jobs, and that we won't purely be providing cleaners for holiday cottages or cafe assistants and such like. For me, this has to be a project that benefits the whole of Dumfries and Galloway, and not just the few who live within that area. And whilst I do agree that it would probably bring in some tourists, increase in numbers, and they propose that it would extend the period where tourism would be applicable. They didn't really address any of the issues around accommodation or how it would affect house prices, etc. And my concern is that what we will do is we will create an environment similar to Lake District where accommodation becomes unaffordable for local people, and that we will end up with a significant number of holiday rental properties rather than accommodation that's available for local people. Also, as I say, addressing the low wage economy, it was eked out of them as well that they had attended anti-wind farm meetings and such like, and that they would be opposed to it. So there are issues and concerns around whether they are looking, if you like, to put a big fence around this area and preserve it in aspect so that nothing changes. And really, we have to move forward. We have to look at the new proposals for national parks and ensure that we do still engage and still embrace new technologies whilst enhancing the area. So, as I say, in principle, support it, but I do think that there are a number of issues and areas that would really need to be thrashed out and before I could wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Andy. I'm quite sure we'll come back to the if we're successful, if the Galloway National Park is successful and come to fruition and go to the next stage, that you'll get your chance to get all them points thrashed out at that point. Councillor Slater, then Marsh.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do support the hopefully get the national park, but there is some queries as regards how it will affect planning, for one, and also, as Andy said there, as what's happened to the Lake District, the local people really can't afford to buy any houses there because there's so many second homes. So whether second homes would have to be rented out if they're only used maybe a couple of months of the year, and would these people who own them, would they be let them be rented out or not? So there is a couple of issues there, and also wind farms. I believe that some national parks do have wind farms in them. So that's another situation as well. But certainly planning, I believe planning would be affected. And also other points about living, housing and working and that, and how would that get people to be able to afford their local houses. So that's really my questions about it. Really. One last point is the roads. Roads could do to be better if we want to bring in visitors to a national park. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. So I suppose it's similar to Councillor McFarlane's in as far as he's supporting principle, but if it gets to the next stage, you've got a lot of questions at that point. Councillor Marsh, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm glad that my fellow councillors today are all agreeing in principle to this recommendation. I also would do so. I'd like to put on record my thanks to the Galloway National Park Association for their hard work and effort since 2016. They've been campaigning to bring this to fruition. But our assignment today is to only support this in principle. It is clearly just the first rung of the ladder for this process, but I believe this designation could be hugely beneficial to the whole of Dumfries and Galloway, not just the area in which will be the national park, but for the full entire region. As far as concerns about planning, we don't have that detail as far as I'm aware currently. That finer, greater detail will come in time. And as far as the issues that were raised about housing, I think the council itself had stated that we're hoping to build 6,500 houses in the next 5 years. So the worry about affordable housing, the council itself are going to be addressing. I don't think these issues that were raised today should block us from supporting this. And I think it is a wholly positive thing for the region, and I'm glad that we are supporting this today.
No, thank you very much, members. I really appreciate it. I do support it myself, just so I'm absolutely being upfront about that. Councillor Ingalls, then I'll say the last word.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would echo Councillor Marsh's comments. One of our core principles as a council is to build the local economy. And tourism is a huge part of the local economy, and it's suffering and has suffered for the last 5 years. Anything that's going to increase the number of tourists that come into Dumfries and Galloway can only be beneficial to the local economy and everything that goes with that. There are issues that can be addressed at the next stage of the development of a national park, and I'm sure that all our councillors will get fully behind the development of a national park in its efforts to build our local economy from a tourism perspective. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks so much for that, David. Much appreciated. Members, I don't see any, no, that's it. So 2.1 saying note, 2.2 is note, if we can note that, note 2.2, note 2.3. I just wonder on the back of what Richard's saying, number 4, we could relate that maybe to thank and acknowledge the work carried out by the Galloway National Park. And I think number 5 needs changes to agree to support in principle the association's proposed nomination for a new national park to be designated in Galloway. I should put my specs down more often, I can read it a bit better. If we're comfortable enough with that, members, we've noted the first 3, thanked and acknowledged the 4th, and agreed to support in principle the 5th. Thanks very much, members. Don't see anybody else coming in. Item number 6. I'll take it straight from here. Committee's being asked, item number 6, to consider a national 0-hour justice campaign accreditation scheme designed to end the practice of 0 hours contracts across UK industry, to foster a positive workplace culture and provide meaningful and sustainable fixed hour contracts to those working within the UK. Stuart Clarnican, we've got here. Stuart, anything we need to ask? Then we'll come to you first, actually, I think, in this one. Thank you, Stuart. First.
No thanks, Chair. Nothing to add. Thank you.
Councillor Drybread.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and can I thank Lorna and her team for bringing this to Ian, our committee, for us to agree to the Council's application to become a silver member of the 0 Hours Justice campaign. I think it's a step in the right direction to show that, potential employees can actually get a job in the council and be looked after. However, I do have a couple of questions for Stuart, if that's all right, Chair. At 4.6 on page 4, the council has a casual worker policy in place, which is an agreed policy framework with the trade unions designed to recognise that some service will rely on urgent and immediate pool of people. And I think that's right. There are things that happen that we do rely on. For instance, our winter maintenance, for instance, does require some individuals to respond to short-term staffing challenges. And of course, we've went through COVID-19 where staff weren't available and things like that, and we need them. And that's great. Are we building on the policies that actually felt, that actually went forward? And secondly, on 4.8, anyone working continues their casual work for 12 or more weeks will be automatically revert to and be classified as an employee working within a fixed term contract. Is that correct? Because I am hearing that in some areas, and I mean in waste in particular, that after the 12 weeks they actually lay the person off so that they've got that break. And it is a concern for the trade unions, and I wouldn't like to see us as a council being an employer of choice have this 12 weeks and then suddenly stop somebody working for a week and it has to start another 12 weeks, stop for a week, start for 12 weeks, because that actually interrupts not only the opportunity for the employee to become full-time, but certainly on a fixed term contract. I would like to get some clarity on that. But I think it's a step in the right direction, Chair. And we've got things like Fair Work First, which Unite are doing a big campaign on as well. And I think we should be looking at that. But, all of the things that I've been involved with, certainly through the Joint Council and the Health and Safety Committee and all of that type of thing, shows that we're trying to do our best as a good employer. But I do have a couple of niggle concerns that perhaps we're not going as far as we can.
Thanks very much for those points. But you definitely have some questions. I know on your 12-week in a break, Councillor Justy brought that up a number of years ago. So you'd like to think that practice had stopped. But obviously we need clarity for yourself, Stuart, in regards to those questions from Councillor Drybread.
Thanks, Chair and Councillor Drybread. So yeah, just in terms of the kind of policy framework. So as members are aware, we have an HR policy framework. We review policies on a periodic basis. I think in line with the recommendation here today, we do have a casual worker policy. I would like to review that through this year as part of our team plan, and that's built in for the team. So we will look to continuously improve that and work closely with the trade unions to see if we can sharpen up that policy even further. So hopefully that gives some assurance around keeping those policies up to date and reflecting the modern workforce. In terms of the issue around 12 weeks, then that is embedded within our policy framework, and our policy framework is to be applied correctly and consistently across the council. I am aware of the situation that the councillor has raised, and I've received assurance from the head of service where that was raised, that swift action was taken, and an instruction to management to review any of those casual worker arrangements was taken and resolved. I think to give a further level of assurance, HR will also be supporting services, the wider council, going forward in terms of ensuring that HR practice is being applied consistently and in accordance with the policy frameworks that we work hard and agree with our trade unions to develop and implement. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So we've got a number of speakers. First, Sean. So we've got
yeah, thanks. Just following on from that, I think the worry is, that the council are consciously doing this with regards to 4.8, that when it gets to the 12 weeks, rather than offer them a fixed term contract, then there's a conscious decision to kind of lay that person off for a week. So we would hope that wasn't happening, and if it is happening, it would stop. In relation to 4.6 as well, it was really just I don't know if Stuart has these figures to hand or where they can provide them after the meeting, but it's really just to get a feel for how many people we're talking about, when it comes to the casual worker policy. Just estimated numbers would be good, and that could be provided after the meeting.
Stuart?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Don't have those numbers to hand. Happy to get them. It will be the minority. We do have around 6,500 staff, and casual worker is meant to be utilised on that as and when basis, but very much happy to circulate to the committee.
Thank you very much. So we've got a number of speakers, Sean, that's what I say, but you're fine for coming in. I've got Councillor Thompson just added to the list. Stuart, I'll ask a question now, just add it in wherever you want, leave it to the very end, but the involvement, the trade union, wasn't explicit, wasn't obvious to me when I read through this, where the actual trade unions, or joint trade unions, I should say, were involved in regards to this. Normally have a consultation process and that type of policy, but that can be answered at any point in time as we go forward. We have Councillor Scobie, Ferguson, then Thompson. Willie.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this report coming forward and Archie's involvement in it. And it was interesting what he said, it doesn't go far enough. And we look at this in terms of the silver against the gold. And we're looking here at, and Archie knows full well, I've raised this with him when he was chair, do not and will not employ any indirectly on 0 hours contract via third-party contractor or agency. Now, my understanding is we do work with agency workers. As I say, I've raised this in the past with Archie, whether we are complying, if you like, with a 0 hour contract with agency workers that we are employing. And that would be the same for our own contract. And it was raised at Education Committee only in the past week or so in terms of our ASL employees who seem just to have a contract up to the summer and then laid off. So in terms of Stuart looking at it, I would hope he looks at that as well in terms of that layoff. And it's not just on casual workers, but it's on some of our own employees in terms of their contract. So as I say, I welcome this, but for Stuart, I would hope he would look at the overall between silver and gold and look at our own practices on this one, Chair.
Thank you. So was that a particular question I asked, or just more comments, Willie?
No, it's not, but it's a comment, but on the back of what Stuart was saying, that he would look at casual workers, I think we've got to look at our own practices. So if you want it as a question, will we do that, please?
I'd rather that. Thanks, Willie. Cheers. Thank you. Stuart?
Absolutely, through you, Chair. Yes, we will do that. That contract practice is really important. We know it's got legal status, As an HR service, we can certainly add value in providing advice and guidance and support around how we issue those contracts and what the practice is out there. And just to go back to my previous point, in terms of some of the audit practices that we have planned for 2024, that will be extended beyond the realms of this discussion and this topic, and it will look at the broader issues of contract management across the council. And of course, we will be heavily involved in providing the assurance for members on those issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much again, Ian, for letting me in. I'm very much in the same vein as Willie, actually, because I don't know any athlete who ever goes into a race to finish third or second. They all want to be first. So I suppose the simple question, Stuart, is why do we just go for the gold award? What's stopping us? Because it's only the external work, and we can. I'm fairly certain, and I see Karen's on the line here. We could build into any procurement exercise we've got that people have to abide by this, or they're not able to tender. Now, if that's illegal, then Karen will no doubt tell me. But if it is legal, then we just adopt the gold standard.
Karen, is that a Stuart? I'll let you decide who's best to answer that.
Thank you, Chair, and Karen's kindly agreed to attend today, so this is very much in Karen's area of responsibility. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Stuart. Thanks, Chair. So at the moment, the procurement regulations prohibit us from making it a mandatory requirement to bid to exclude the use of zero-hour contracts. That's something that has been under debate and under review through Scottish Government for an extended period of time, and is absolutely an aspiration. And so that's one of the kind of challenges for us between the silver and the gold standard. We have locally been making some really significant improvements around the strongly encouraging clauses that we've now incorporated into all of our contracts and have been doing since 2018. We can see the improvements going from, a check back ahead of today, 54% up to 83%. But for us to be able to make that unilateral commitment that we are absolutely certain there is no use of zero-hour contracts, we're not in that position. The other challenge we have is obviously that these are measures we can put in for contracts going forward within the parameters of the regulations that allow us to consider it but not mandate it. We still have our historic arrangements in place as well. So agency workers is one that we're working with Stuart and the team around to address the historical contracts that we have in place. But also there's a number of others that we would have concern around that we're working through at the moment. But the historical ones would need to be addressed before we'd be able to move forward to a gold's accreditation application.
Andy?
Can I come back in, Ian? Yeah, thanks. It's kind of what I thought was going to come out, Karen, but given the employment law is still retained to Westminster, isn't it? So Scottish Government can only apply what's in national law. I'm actually wondering here, Chair, if this is an occasion where our ambitions might be thwarted here by red tape, i.e. a convoluted process between Westminster and Holyrood, to be blunt. Okay, and it needs to be, and I can't see us being the only local authority who would want to go to gold standard. How can anybody get to gold standard if we can't stipulate it in a contract? So there needs to be a change in primary legislation, I would suggest. And I'm actually wondering here whether we should actually be writing to the Department of Employment or whoever the responsible ministers are at both Holyrood and Westminster and ask them what plans are in place to actually rectify this so that we can actually go down that route.
I was going to let Councillor Driver come in on that. So on that point, Archie?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we can't change legislation as a council, and I think, as I said before, and Councillor Scobie backed up, it's a good first step, and we need to move forward actually that way. I mean, procurement legislation is a Scottish Government issue, it's not a UK Government, but the employment legislation is a UK Government, so it's about making sure we have something in place that can move forward from, and try and have those discussions and lobby, and we've mentioned lobbying many times in the past about this particular thing, but I think the issue is that we're without doing anything at all, we are a silver opportunity employer for this particular no 0 hours contract. I think importantly, we can't change the legislation, but importantly we can also say, let's get some lobbying done for all of the things that Karen said, particularly about procurement legislation. We are in an area where there's a lot of two-man, one-man organisations who actually get contracts from the council, and whilst that's important that we do support our SMEs in Dumfries and Galloway, we can't go against legislation right now, but we can lobby to improve later on.
I agree with that, thanks so much. Right, Stuart, I'm going to bring you in. It's Councillor Thompson next. Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so no, I mean, I would wholeheartedly back Councillor Dryburgh in that we should lobby. I think the very first paragraph sets out that this is really in terms of sustainable fixed-term contracts to those working in the UK, and it's a UK employment issue, and that's what we're sort of, I suppose, signing up to part of this campaign. So I think we should lobby, and I think we have our best way of influencing changes through our lobbying strategy, and also through COSLA, which can lobby the Scottish Government and can also lobby the UK Government as well. So that's, I think, something we could agree here. I think I'd rather go for gold than silver. Silver's good, but it's second best, eh? So why would we settle for that? I appreciate that we've got £117 million or thereabouts that we spend externally on procurement, which is a significant chunk of our budget. So while silver might be good for 2/3 of our budget, it's not very good to say, well, yeah, but a third of it we've got no control over, really, or we don't have full control over. We would either have to employ everybody that provides a service for us directly, which might be ideal in some people's minds, or we have to have that legislation in place at UK level and at a Scottish level, so that procurement and employment means that we can mandate that anybody who does work on behalf of this council or through its third-party providers must meet these standards. And if we're serious about standing up for something, we should go all the way, I guess. Unless we want to just sort of find a halfway house that's a wee bit lukewarm. But otherwise, happy to agree this application to become a silver, but I think we should go for gold and lobby through COSLA in terms of procurement and employment law, both UK and Scottish Government. Thank you, Chair.
Come back to Stephen. I think you're the last speaker anyways. Yeah, so is that a secondary recommendation? I think I would have concerns in regard, I'm not sure if we've explicitly got an answer. I suppose he's probably pointed at yourself, Karen, in particular. If we've got agency workers that are being contracted for 12 weeks and laid off, going back to what Archie outlined at the beginning, laid off for a week, then re-engaged again and re-employed for another 12 weeks, is that a practice that's actually happening that we're aware of? And if it is, what activity are we having to try and prohibit that?
I think in relation to the agency agreements, Chair, there is no record that I have that is practice that takes place. However, if that's the practice that's taking place within our own organisation, it would be a reasonable assumption that could be a concern within the agency agreements. Our challenge around agency agreements, though, however, is that they are ad hoc in nature, so we don't have that mandate across through a wider contract with agencies to prohibit the agencies employing the individuals on a 0-hour basis to enable them to fulfil our needs. So we'd need to have that overarching contract in place with the agencies, which is the work stream that Stuart's team and HR alongside procurement with a range of other services are working to implement going forward. So that's work that's been taken forward this year.
Members, so Archie, I'm going to come back to you. The recommendation is that we're asked to agree to the Council's application to become a silver member, but do we have further aspirations beyond that, is what I'm hearing? Archie?
I'm happy to add to the recommendations here, but I think we should apply for the thing first. So if members are asked to agree that the council's application may become a silver member or the 0 hours justice campaign with a view to lobbying to get to legislative requirements improving the chances of the gold award, then I'm happy with that.
Excellent. Members agree with that? Councillor Hagman's got a hand up. Katie?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I did forget to speak in the chat before you went to those final comments. I just wondered, obviously I did declare a statement of connection because I do sit on the Cabinet Secretary's oversight group on fair work. I wonder if it would be maybe appropriate to request that we get a members' briefing on what that national piece of work is doing and how we in Dumfries and Galloway are working within that framework and taking forward the aspirations of that working group. So it's just really a suggestion or a request if we can get a members' briefing as to how Dumfries and Galloway Council is taking forward the national aspiration for fair work. Thank you.
Lorna's got to cover that one, Katie.
Just to clarify, it's a briefing on fair work rather than the group you sit on, Councillor Hagman. Just picking up the introduction at that point.
Yeah, no, the fair work group that's nationally, obviously there's an oversight group that's looking at the fair work, which is separate, but obviously the Scottish Government have published their criteria for fair work and aspirations. So it's where we're sitting within that framework and what we're doing and what good practice we are doing, because there is good practice happening, and where we need to improve, it's useful to know where we're sitting within that framework. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll certainly provide a briefing on fair work, an assessment of where we sit within that in the legislation and the regulation as it develops. I think is a further piece of work, and we would want to make sure any assessment that we did provide to members was at least agreed with the trade unions in terms of its assessment. So we'll certainly provide a briefing on the subject, and we'll look towards a further assessment as part of the HR policy development, the trade unions to do that, if members are agreeable to that as an action.
Getting nodding the heads. Councillor Thompson wants to, Stephen, make a comment?
Yeah, so happy with what's been said, and if Archie's happy that we add to obviously the application that we then lobby both Scottish and UK governments for the changes in legislation that would allow us to become and fulfil our ambition of becoming a gold member to support this. Yep.
No, I think we agreed that. We did. Stuart, I'll come back to you with a question. My question regards to consultation we unions out with. Excellent, thank you. Item number 7, members. It is 12:30. Everybody okay to go out at 1 o'clock? Good. Happy? Yep. Thank you. That's excellent. So, Jamie, you can prep yourself. So, committee is being asked to consider the inclusion of a new item number 7, a new development project in the Council's Strategic Housing Investment Plan, removal of 2 projects no longer deemed viable, and an allocation of funding from the Town Centre Living Fund. The report also provides an update on the delivery of the 23-24 programme and funding for the 24-25 from the Scottish Government's Affordable Housing Supply Programme. Members are also being asked to consider the inclusion of projects in Sandcar and Kellerholm within the Strategic Housing Investment Plan to bring existing properties back into use for people displaced from the Ukraine. Jamie Little is here. I see now that Jamie's here to help us with any questions. Just before I do start, Jamie, anything to add to the report before we open it up to members?
Thanks, Chair. No, nothing further to add at this point.
Thank you. Thanks very much, members. Councillor Marshall's first, I think.
Yes, I have to say at the start that it's not very often that when Jamie writes a report I'm confused with any of it, but I just wanted clarification on 2.3. It states they agree the removal of project from the ship as per 4.4 and 4.5, and I just wanted to just clarify with Jamie. So obviously there's 4 projects we're discussing there, 2 with Urban Housing Association at Moffat and Langham, and also there's 2 involving CHA Cunningham at Cotton Street, Castle Douglas and Old School Lockerbie. And it does say at the end of 4.5, the committee agreed to allocate 250 million TCLF to the Old School project, and then reallocation of this award is subject of recommendations within this report. I'm kind of looking from the ship point of view here. Are we withdrawing 4 projects from the SHIP? And also probably what would be helpful is, and I think I've asked for this before, is maybe just a summary of the SHIP projects that are ongoing as an appendix to future reports. But I just really want that clarity from my point of view, Jamie, please.
Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Happy to try and clarify some of those points. So the report is seeking members' agreement to remove 2 projects at Cotton Street, Castle Douglas, and the Lockerbie Old School from the Strategic Housing Investment Plan. We have been working very closely with Cunningham Housing Association to try and take these projects forward. But unfortunately, we've now reached a stage where they're deemed no longer viable for delivery of affordable housing. The reference to reallocation of the funding from the Town Centre Living Fund is effectively to take the funding from the Cotton Street development that was allocated by members previously and recycle that back into the budget. The funding that's been allocated to the Lockerbie Old School project was from this financial year. It was the first allocation that members made during 23-24. And we are seeking members' agreement to allocate that as part of the funding towards the development at 130 to 132 High Street in Dumfries. In terms of updates regarding project delivery, more than happy to provide that through the Economy and Development Business Plan reporting that goes to Area Committee. We are providing updates to members on developments in their specific areas. But that would be something more than happy to include in further updates. And certainly if members do have any requests for detail regarding developments, I'm more than happy to take those at any time.
Thanks, Sean. David, Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's recommendations at 2.4, the inclusion of 132 High Street, Dumfries. Question is 130, 132. Is that not the flats that are being built by the mid-steeple quarter? And basically what, and in 4.7, sorry, Wheatley Homes South have submitted a request to the Council to consider the inclusion of the current vacant building of 100 and 132 High Street Dumfries within the SHIP. This is located. So why, the question is, there's £500,000 to be put to that project, which is still not finished. So I just really asked the question, why is this numbers here and not actually the name of the project? And is it Wheatley Homes actually taking over this project? Is that what the £500,000 is for, maybe to complete it? So that's the questions I have for you. Thank you very much.
Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Slater. So the building referred to at 130 to 132 High Street is opposite the mid-steeple quarter developments. It's just for local members' awareness, it's the building behind the Santander that sat empty for quite some time. I believe it used to be a Bradford and Bingley and a number of other uses in the past. It's currently in the ownership of Wheatley Homes South, and they are now looking at delivering it as affordable homes as is set out in the committee report. The intention to allocate the £500,000 of funding from the Town Centre Living Fund, if members agree that today, is to assist in meeting the capital costs of those refurbishment works. It will be part of a funding package that's put together hopefully from the Town Centre Living Fund, the Affordable Housing Supply Programme, and as is mentioned in the report, we will need to still seek to identify further allocations of funding. But what we're asking members to do today in agreeing this funding is to put that support behind the project, which will enable those discussions with other funding bodies, advising that the Council has put financial resources into the project at this stage.
David, are you?
Okay, thank you.
No, excellent. Just want to see your mic on there. Just for clarity, before we bring in Councillor Thompson, it's 8 two-bedded flats, I think, for 130 to 132 High Street, I think, isn't it, Dumfries?
That's correct, Chair, yes.
Just thank you. Thanks so much for that. Stephen?
Sorry. Just Jamie, yes. The flats we're talking about, they're the ones, are they the ones next to the mid-steeple that's being built at the moment, or have I picked this up wrong? There's 8 flats or 7 flats being built there from behind, it used to be the old bakery shop. So have I picked it up wrong? It's the wrong.
Yeah, while that's another project the council is supporting, it is a separate development. So that project there has been taken forward by Dumfries High Street Limited, the former baker's oven, and to the rear of the baker's oven building. This is a separate project on the opposite side of the street, and is being taken forward by Wheatley Homes South.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Stephen. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Scobie's next in yourself, I think. I'll just double check on that. I'll just.
Thank you, Chair. I thought it was being cut out there. Chair, I welcome this report, and I would commend Jamie and possibly yourself in terms of the Arlene Johnson Associate workshops that we've been holding, and really just highlighting a serious, if not a crisis we're facing in housing in the region. That's in homeless, overcrowding, new build, and, you know, again, aids and adaptations, where we've got some 2,000 people in the region who are looking for aids and adaptations, particularly adaptations, and there's no money seemingly for that particular aspect of it. I'm looking at 3.2 in terms of the ship is an operation document and reflects the housing priorities in the local housing plan, the LHS. I'm looking at that in terms of the need, and while it's identifying projects that are on the go and some that have withdrawn from the actual programme, particularly around Lawburn, I'm just concerned about, you know, our rate of build in the future. I heard Richard saying that the council's going to be building 6,500 houses within the next, you know, I would love to think they were. Indeed, maybe taking back the stock, but however, I can't see that happen, because the figure, as I understand it, that was quoted at the workshops was, I think, 5,000 over the next 20 years. Now, I may have got the figure wrong, but or the years wrong, but that was the figure. And any of the projects here, I would suggest, doesn't come anywhere near to those figures in terms of need. And I think that was reflected in the housing need and demand assessment by Arlene Johnson Associates. So it's really, in looking at this, perhaps the report, and as I say, I would commend Jimmy, the report doesn't go far enough in terms of what we are needing to do. And I go in terms of 3.2, in informing Scottish Government of the need for investment. I go back to the Dix Hill Regeneration project in line with North West Dumfries. And I'm going back a good number of years. And indeed, we as a Labour administration then lobbied the Scottish Government. It was Malcolm Chisholm at the time, and we managed eventually for Malcolm to give us, I think it was 68 million at that time to develop the two. Now, I don't know about the North West Dumfries, but the Dix Hill Regeneration project was only half done. There's still another half to be done on it. So while I'm talking about things that are not in the report, I would hope that we are ambitious, that we do look to lobby the Scottish Government, recognising that some have withdrawn for reasons stated in here, Lawburn and so forth. But we do need to be moving forward on our strategic plan for the housing needs assessment that's been carried out. And I would hope that this is just a start in terms of 3.2 to actually go and effectively lobby the Scottish Government for the investment we need. I think we're at the same point almost as Edinburgh, and I think it was Argyll and Bute that declared a crisis. And I think we are at that stage and maybe beyond. So it's really just for you and the committee here and Jamie to look at how we lobby for what investment we need for social housing in Dumfries and Galloway, and to have a programme that effectively deals with that.
No, thanks so much. I'll just briefly say a couple of words, Jamie, before I bring you in. But Cross Party's been invited to, I think it's 23rd April. We have the Housing Minister coming down, Paul McLennan. Look forward to that day. That's an opportunity, obviously, at that point. I think that you're referring to new information that isn't in the wider public domain and potential set up over the next 20 years. It's maybe 5,500 or so, I think, which is different from the information we've got at the moment. But again, that revolves around a number of different statistics that's being talked about at the moment. Age and adaptations, Jamie, it's up to you if you want to mention something, but certainly we've asked for a further additional sum of money to be generated through the council to be allocated to the Integration Joint Board, the wider health social care partnership, which is, I'll come through the budget process, but we've been quite open about that in regards to Cross Party. Hopefully that'll be, and that'll address some of that immediate pressure of 2,000 aids and adaptations on the 2,000 housing units as part of the housing stock across Dumfries and Galloway, how that could potentially help. And keep people in their own homes and allow them actually maybe have a reflection on some of the bed blocking that's going on as well, so it would help across the wider partnership. But we're always keen, this is why I would like a separate committee for housing I would talk about this stuff all day if we could have had the chance, but obviously limited time. But I think we're doing having a fair stab at it as we're kind of starting really getting into it, and it will definitely be cross-party generated. There'll not be any kind of isolation away from that. But Jamie, you've obviously heard what Councillor Scobie came up with. If you could answer the points you'd like to answer, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Scobie. I'll try and respond on all the points that have been made. In terms of aids and adaptations, the funding for the registered social landlords to carry out aids and adaptations to their properties does come from either the Scottish Government or through their own rents that they're collecting on the properties. As with many budgets, that's incredibly tight, and there is more demand than is currently being met. And I know that the registered social landlords are certainly pushing the Scottish Government for additional funding. As most members, I'm sure, will be aware, the Council also supports the care and repair budget, which is aimed at privately owned properties. So those either owner-occupied or in the private rented sector. And elected members, the last allocation for that elected members agreed was 948,000. That project is run and delivered by the Adult Health and Social Care Partnership, and the IJB also agreed to put £250,000 into that budget on an annual basis. So a total of 1.198 million. I sit on the steering group for care and repair, and can also obviously advise members that that budget is also under significant pressure, and we're always looking for additional sources to try and support people to live in their own homes as effectively as possible. Just to go back to some of the discussion around housing need and demand there, the 5,000 figure, or in the region of 5,000 figure there that Councillor Scobie has mentioned, is something that's being consulted on at the moment through the workshops and the housing need and demand assessment that we're working with Daniel Johnson on, and there's been great input from members and from other key stakeholders into that work. But nothing is set at the moment, and we're continuing to consult on the basis of the position is fairly open at the moment. Reference to 6,500 homes, I believe, is although I'm not entirely exactly aware of where the figure has been given to Councillor Marsh, but I believe that will be in relation to the housing supply target that was set in the last housing need and demand assessment. Which was an all-tenure housing supply target of 6,339 units for 2017 to 2029. It's important to recognise that all-tenure part of that, with the affordable housing provision being in the region of around 1,700 over that period. If that figure has come from elsewhere, then I'm happy to pick that up and clarify that as well. Going back to the regeneration in Stranraer, and the approach that's been taken in North West Dumfries, as members have been advised, the intention is for the model in North West Dumfries to be replicated throughout the region. I think it's recognised widely that Stranraer is probably the area that's most in need going into the next cycle of regeneration works. However, it's important to recognise as well that there are many areas that will need an element of regeneration on different forms related to the area in particular. We are already engaging with the Scottish Government around support for the regeneration projects, both funding and also consideration of existing agreements around the stock transfer. But that work is ongoing, and I hope to be able to bring back more updates to members as time goes on. The Lochside works are progressing relatively well, with a number of consultation events being held around the master plan that's currently in development. There's quite a few points in there, so I hope that's clarified the queries from Councillor Scobie, but more than happy to pick up anything else if required.
You okay with that, Willie? Willie's want to come back?
Yeah, just one point, and you referred to it yourself, Chair, in terms of the age and adaptations and the adult health and social care, in terms of the care and repair. That's not available to the RSL, and I would like to think under 4.15 of the report, homes provide will be of good quality, affordable homes, and will be available in the initial period of 3 years. I'm just hoping that we can maybe add weight to the RSLs in applying or making representation to the Scottish Government, because the RSLs need this additional monies to bring these houses up to good quality where adaptations are needed, because the houses aren't there to move them anywhere else. Even if they were to move them somewhere else, there's possibly still a need for adaptation. So it's that point that you make. I think we should put our weight behind the RSLs in terms of any lobbying activity, and I would hope that as I come back that we do look at a lobbying for what Jamie has just referred to, these additional houses that are needed.
Just on that last point, I'll maybe pick up on that one, Jamie, in regards to, we've just agreed a working arrangement with Wheatley Home South. We've got dates in the diary and across the cross-party engagement. That'll start to come forward. I wonder on the back of our first official meeting, to have discussions that could maybe be brought up. I know it'll cover all RSLs, not just Wheatley Home South, but that could be part of that agenda. Take it from there and then start to bring that forward in future reports, how we may lobby or address that, put weight behind that particular funding issue, because you're absolutely right, it came up through our workshops that they're restricted, to say the least, in regards to their own existing housing stock in particular, how we address that problem. Okay, I've got Councillor Thompson then Dryborough. Stephen.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so it's just in relation to the 4.4, and it's really to get an understanding. Obviously, we appreciate resources are getting stretched, but in terms of our SHIP and the sort of changing nature of the delivery model being proposed for example, the site at Moffat, what are we putting in effectively? What are we getting for our money? Because I appreciate there's a sort of private homes element to that as well. And similarly, for the Home Farm one as well. So will we get actual details on what we're contributing towards and what that will bring in terms of the number of units and type of units that we're actually seeing for that? If I could ask Jamie. Thank you.
Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Thompson. So in terms of delivery of those two projects in particular, there's no intention to change the number of units that will be delivered. It's more of trying to find a model that works for the benefit of both the council, the registered social landlords, and also to include the private development there. So both those particular sites are allocated within the local development plan for a greater number of units than are being provided through the strategic housing investment plan. So effectively, we're trying to work on a model that enables the delivery of both the affordable housing and the private development as well. So in terms of delivery of the strategic housing investment plan, can keep members updated on progress, but at this time there's no intention of changing the number of units that will be provided, and certainly more than happy in future reports to provide an update just in terms of the investment that we're expecting to come through the affordable housing supply programme, recognising that these projects have been in the investment plan for some time. And while in recommendations for new reports, for new projects, within reports, I will advise members on funding. It will have been some time ago that information was provided.
Stephen?
No, I welcome that, and thanks for that, Jamie. I think just as well in terms of the old school Lockerbie and sort of Cunningham housing, determining they can no longer deliver on those couple of projects actually, but again, while that will be allowing us to reallocate that funding, how much was that, and where will we see that detail? Thank you.
Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Thompson. So just in 4.5, the committee agreed to allocate 250,000 from the Town Centre Living Fund to the Old School project at March 2023 Economy and Resources Committee. So the request to members is to reallocate the sum of 250,000, effectively bringing that back into the available funding for 23-24, and seeking to allocate that to the Wheatley Homes South project, if that's agreed for inclusion in the Strategic Housing Investment Plan today.
Were you talking about Cotton Street as well?
Yeah, so I think it was really just there's the Town Centre Living Fund, and then I suppose while that that aligns with the SHIP, I was just wondering, had there been an allocation from the SHIP in terms of other funding rather than Town Centre Living Fund to support those projects, and is that able to be reallocated, or is that a factor? Thank you.
Jamie?
No, at this time, there's no funding from the Strategic Housing Investment Plan. Once it's allocated into the Strategic Housing Investment Plan and progress to a point where we can make application to the Scottish Government, there's no funding allocated at this time, but that will be something that does come forward in the near future.
Thank you, Stephen, for that. We have Councillor Driver, then Slater, and then we'll finish up.
Thanks, Chair. And Jamie, just a point of clarity on the Murton Farm one. Obviously, there's been a lot of work involved with the Adult Health and Social Care Partnership ourselves and Lorburn, and try to get that place moving. So is it definitely a pause and not a binning? Because we want to make sure that it is a pause and it's not a binning. And secondly, Jamie, are there any others in a risk environment? And how do you get early warning of that?
Thanks, Archie. Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Drybrook. So at this time, the communication from Lorburn Housing Association has very much been that this is a pause on the development at Murton Farm. For members' awareness, if not already informed on this point, that the funding for the acquisition of that site has been given to Lorburn Housing Association via the Scottish Government, with support from with strategic support from the council. So it is the intention of the Scottish Government and the council that project will progress once the works are underway. We can certainly look to advise members further on that, but at this time it's certainly seen as a pause and not a binning, as Councillor Driver has referred to. Just in terms of early warning for other issues in regards to projects, we have put in place very robust reporting measures between the council and the registered social landlords. On an operational basis, they are asked to submit a monthly RAG, red, amber, green report to us just in terms of project delivery, which allows us to identify any issues or concerns at an early opportunity. That allows us to either try and seek solutions or to look to reallocate resources so that we can maximise investment on a regular basis. We do obviously have the events, the development forum, and on a quarterly basis. And in between those meetings, there's regular interaction between ourselves and the registered social landlords just around all projects. So we feel that there are effective reporting measures, and we are working very closely with our development partners at every stage in the process.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks for that, Archie. Councillor Slater, then we'll go to recommendations. David? All right, okay, that's fine. That's right, spot on, lovely. So the recommendations are asked is 2.1 to note. If we can do that, 2.2 note. I'll come back to all of these if members wish. Any of these, 2.3 is to agree, 2.4 is to agree, 2.5 is to agree, 2.6 is to note, and 2.7 is to agree. Are members happy to note and agree in that way, that format? Excellent. Well, members, it is exactly 12:59 according to my watch. I said I would stop at 1 o'clock, so if you're back here for 1:05, fully briefed up, no, 1/2, half an hour, 30 minutes. We'll see you then. Thanks very much, members. Thanks, Abby. Members, apologies, 2 or 3 minutes late. We had a couple of wee delays there, so let me find the papers. I'll just wing this one. Oh, there. Item number 8. It's this report providing members with an overview of performance against budget for the period ending 31st of December 23 for the economy and resources. Tam Alder, this is here, which I think is correct. To assist members, Tam, have you got any? Do you want to add anything to the report at all? Or any comments? If not, go straight to members.
Nothing to add, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that. Members, I'll open it up for any points, questions. We've been asked, I notice, to note both. So it's note that that is estimated so that the economy resources will return a balanced budget as detailed in Appendix 1 and progress against the delivery of 2.2 of agreed savings. I found this one quite interesting actually. So members, I'm looking to see if we've got anybody online, which I don't see, and there's nobody within the room. I suppose there's a. I'll go ahead, Malcolm. Councillor Johnston. I've got some stuff subject to if it's the same question. No, Malcolm.
It was actually about the ICT overspend. I just wondered how much of it was due to the Microsoft contract and the telephone charges, that sort of thing. Just a wee breakdown on it, because we've got a lump figure. But
excellent. That's exactly what I did. Was into 4.2. They picked in the same, the kind of overspend. So, Tam, over to you for Councillor Johnston's question. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor. So, the vast majority of the breakdown of the variance, is due to the telephony. We're looking at about 165 grand of the pressure is due to the telephony and the impact of the external changes on the council. With regards to the Microsoft contract and the COVID licences that are specifically referenced in the report, we're looking at about 140 grand for those on a non-recurring basis. So what we've suggested is that we can fully mitigate those in year. There are some other miscellaneous variances on a non-recurring basis, but certainly the key variance on a recurring basis is the telephony pressure.
yeah, thank you. It's just given that it's the COVID inquiry thing, is there any avenue we could reclaim some of that?
Tam, over to you, my button's sticking a bit. We've got a no from the top table, so it's absolutely fine, Tam. Okay, Councillor Ferguson.
Coming too quick, Ian. 4.3, the underspend is primarily due to the projected overachievement of target income levels within planning and building warrant fees. Does that mean we're getting closer back to pre-COVID levels? Because if I remember rightly, we actually reduced the target for that department. Just to give us an indication here, if you have any idea, or if you might need to go and ask the team themselves. But is that starting to climb back out a COVID recession, for lack of better words?
Just before you come in on that, Tam, and I picked up on the exact same point, but so if you didn't a minor tag on the back of that, and it was on regards to, I look for further stats in regards to what the trend is, picking up on what you're saying. So where are we actually going? And it looks to me like we've almost bottomed out. I like the Scottish Government's website, looked at their records, actually thought some of that stuff would be better sitting within the report, but that's for future reports, I would say. So Tam, I absolutely agree. So what is the natural trend, as well as what Andy's saying, going forward in regards to potential over-recovery, you could say, in regards to these funds and where it's got to level out?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we've seen planning and building warrant fees increase year on year for the last 4 years since the first full financial year of COVID, peaking last year, which was a record year for the council in terms of planning fees. Now, we also, as part of the 23-24 budget, increased the income budget for planning fees, which members agreed to enhance the staff and establishment for the development management function as well. So for this financial year, we're forecasting a slight reduction on last year, but not not a shortfall against budget. So we're still showing strong levels of planning fees. How long those will continue, obviously we don't know. It's a demand-led income, but they're certainly remaining strong in the short term.
Andy, I'll come back to you on that one. I'm sorry for just jumping and didn't mean to hijack that by any means, but Andy, are you okay with that?
Yeah, pretty much, because obviously it'll be a budget consideration here, and that's something else to look at when taking forward in a different place, I would suggest. That it's just interesting to see what had happened there, and it's also nice to see that the investment in additional staff there has actually had a positive outcome. So that's actually very good performance stuff. That's good. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. I would like to go further into that, but I don't think it's the right agenda for this. So, Councillor Hagman, Katie, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I sort of alluded to this earlier on when we were looking at the town plan and the funding of the £50,000, and that I'm conscious that this is the revenue budgeting monitoring up to the 31st of December, and we've made reference that we'd got the funding already. Just it's not related to this as such, but will that form a budget line in future monitoring reports? Where will we get oversight of that funding? Because it's not mentioned in this, and there's a number of budgeting monitoring reports, but I'm just wondering, where do we see oversight of these small pots of funding?
Tom.
Thanks, Councillor. So there's several, or more than several, funding sources available to economy and resources. But what we've tried to do for this report is just to focus on the areas where there's key financial risk. And that 50,000 that Councillor Hagman alluded to, we didn't, deem it necessary to have a separate focus on that within the report. It'll certainly form the remit of this budget going forward. And we'll certainly be capturing that within the monitoring. As I say, it's just we just didn't deem it necessary to pull it out as a separate item.
You okay with that, Katie?
I am. No, I appreciate we're not going to go line by line through absolutely everyone, but I guess my question is, so the 50,000 is captured in the headline figures within this. Is that correct? So whether it's under economy and under economy and development and the budget, I just don't even know under what headline that would sit. I appreciate we're not going to get the fine detail on absolutely everything, but I guess is the assurance that the 50,000 is captured within the overall figures presented here?
Oh, Director's got to answer that one, Lorna.
Thanks, Tam. Thanks, Katie. So the money that was offered by UK Government has obviously came through. This is an end of December monitoring report. We haven't spent any of that money. It's sitting there in the Council's unallocated reserves or something similar, as Tam would say. But I think what you're asking for is transparency of any matters like that and value like that, which have always kind of sat out with the normal resource monitoring reports. But we'll happily talk with Tam and make sure that's evident and clear in future reports and any commitments against those sorts of monies.
Yeah, that's really helpful, that clarity. I think, as I always say, I think our reports should be able to be picked up by members of the public and they just understand, easily to understand data. But no, I appreciate the response there from Lorna. Thank you.
Thank you, members. No further speakers. So we've been asked to note 2.1, 2.2. Thank you very much, members. So item number 9 is UK Shared Prosperity Fund update. At a meeting of this committee in June last year, we agreed to receive regular updates on the progress of delivery of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. This is the first update of the 23-24 financial year and is timed to coincide with an update to the UK Government. Juliet Cook and Steve Rogers are here to assist if members have any questions. But just, I suppose it's whether Steve or Juliet, do you want anything to add to the report before we kick off?
Nothing to add at this stage, thanks, Chair.
Excellent, thank you. And Juliet's the same, I can see. Thank you, Juliet.
No, also nothing to add. Thanks, Chair.
Excellent, thank you very much. Members, will open it up for any questions, debate, comments, whatever's members require as deemed fit. Keith, sorry, Councillor Walters, thought my mic on there, didn't. Keith?
Thanks. I just wanted to ask a general question about the appendix. It says we are noting the update on the Prosperity Fund delivery, and I just wondered if does this refer back to somewhere else, because the actual descriptions seem quite vague, I suppose is the question I'm going to, and also it doesn't say how far they've moved along. If this is a delivery overview, have we got anywhere about, are these all at the beginning, or are they all halfway there, or wherever? Can I just ask that question, please? Thanks.
Well, thank you. Who wants to answer that? Is that Steve's got his finger on the button? Steve?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So essentially, this the purpose of the report is to provide an update on the financial delivery of that fund. We can certainly add, and this is the first time that we've brought this report, so we can certainly add another status column into this to keep members advised in terms of what stage that particular project has reached. But also, Chair, just to add that if members had any specific inquiries about any individual projects within their ward, for example, then we're quite happy to provide the full details of the approved project at that stage. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Steve. Keith, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So you suggested that if I want to know more about the local employability partnerships projects, for instance, there's quite a lot of those, I should make some sort of direct inquiries to them, yeah?
No, we can provide that offline. So if you just put your query to Juliet or myself, then we can provide you with the full details of what's been agreed.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Hagman?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's on the same point, actually, that Councillor Walters had just raised there. There's a lot of reference to the local employability partnership in the appendix. Now, I was the previous chair of that group, and I'm aware there's a huge amount of work being taken forward. I actually raised directly with the director that it's been, well, it's now over a year since we've had an employability update, and it would be useful for getting that annually. So if that could be added to the forward plan, I appreciate Councillor Walters may have specific questions that he wants to follow up on, but I think it's important that as a committee we have oversight of all the employability partnerships that are happening and how we take that forward. So it's just really to put that request on record. Thanks.
Thanks, Katie. Steve will answer that one.
Yeah, Chair, happy to bring a report forward to the next committee detailing all of the employability activity that's been carried out over the last 12 months, including that which has been funded through the UK Shared Prosperity Fund.
Excellent, thanks very much for that, Katie. I take it you'll be satisfied with that. We'll see that at the March committee. Fits in well with the end of year reporting, I think.
Perfect, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thanks very much. Councillor Barretti. Tony?
Yes, thank you, Ian. Thank you, Chair. Page 52, 4.6. I noticed that there's been a fund for a climate resilience fund, which was passed at the committee on 8th June 23. It does have a list of potential various bodies that this fund could be, people can come to. But is there criteria exactly what exactly does the Climate Resilience Fund actually fund?
Is that Steve or Juliet? Juliet, please, Juliet, thank you.
The Climate Resilience Fund is for local SMEs to bid into, and it covers flooding, water scarcity, and general net zero improvements to businesses. The list that is in the document there are people that are members of the local business advisory group that are considering future proposals for Shared Prosperity Fund. So they're two separate things.
Okay, Ian, if it's okay to come back. Now it says here the contract value of 48,000. Does that mean there's been a separate body set up to administer this?
So
within that 288?
no, that one is separate. So it says that in addition, capacity building for social enterprise went through a procurement process with a contract value of 48,000. So that is also unrelated to the Climate Resilience Fund. They're two separate projects.
Chair, could I just add to assist that the Climate Resilient Fund for businesses is delivered through Business Gateway. So there are full details and an online application process available through the Business Gateway website.
You okay with that, Tony?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Marshall, Sean?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it was really just to say in the appendix, I mean, there was a number of councillors took the opportunity to go along to Dumfries and Galloway College. We're invited by the college to go along, and we toured the facilities, and in there is the AIMS team, which are employed by Dumfries and Galloway Council, and we got the opportunity to speak to them, but also to see what they were doing in practice. And it was really impressive, and what was more impressive was the amount of SMEs that take the opportunity to access this service, but also the opportunity for many more SMEs in the region to kind of take up this opportunity. But it was excellent just speaking with the staff, and it's a fantastic project. And as I said, it provides free support to quite a lot of businesses as well. So really just, you know, it's nice to see some of these projects on the ground and experience them. And once you see them, you appreciate what impact it's having on the local economy.
Thanks so much for that, Sean. Those comments. Much appreciated. I don't think I have any other speakers at the moment, from what I can see. So members were being asked to note, and I think, Tracy, we've got an assurance that we'll see a future report in the March committee. I'm getting nods. Unless members are looking to come back and get absolute clarity in regards to that, you'll see that in the minutes coming to the next meeting and the agenda for that matter. Item number 10, members. This report is to provide a financial update for members on quarterly expenditure to the 31st of December last year within the Economic Development Capital Programme, together with an update on progress on project development and delivery. The report also provides members with progress updates on projects within the Borderlands Inclusive Growth Deal. We've got Melissa McGarry and Stuart McMillan here to assist us. Just any questions, anything to add to the report before we kick off for members, either Stuart or Melissa?
Just one. Melissa may have another issue, but I'll just to fess up to one thing, Chair. Thanks very much. So that is within Appendix 1, where there is an item under the Block A of the Economic Development Asset Class for Dalbeattie Rocks and Wheels. So there's an income sum that's included within that line of 958,000, just over. That's been wrongly attributed to the asset class table. So essentially that's just gone into the wrong place and should have actually come into the other external funding lines towards the bottom of page 1 of the appendix, start of page 2 of the appendix actually. So it doesn't change the total capital programme bottom line, it's just gone into the wrong row in that spreadsheet. So apologies for that. We can tidy that up if required.
Melissa, I think, have you got a comment as well, Stuart, Sue?
Chair, no, we were both going to raise the same issue, so we're here as penitents to confess it's in the wrong place.
Okay, that's a nice confession for this morning. Members, I'm looking to see if we have any particular points looking to get raised in regards to this. We are being asked to, as I said previously. Let me find where I am. Aye, so I've got quite a bit here. We're asked being to note 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4 and 2.5, 2.6. I know, Willie, I see I'm just going through, I'm just finishing off my wee spiel until I see some names gathered up. Councillor Scobie, Willie.
I was sleeping there for a minute, Chair. Yeah, again, good report. A lot of projects going on. Being parochial, turning to 4.3 46.5 in terms of the George Hotel, and great to see it's got a kick-off in November 2023 with a completion date of 2025-26. That really takes us up to March. So we've got a time scale for the completion of this project. And I've asked on numerous occasions about a timeline with milestones included so that we can engender some interest with the community. And if that could be, we have boards in the customer centre, what was the Stranraer Library, but it would be good to get some video type issues so that people can see the progress that is being made and engender some interest to the second part of 4.3.5 in terms of how we manage a project post 2025-26. So I think it's important we have timelines, because while it started in November, there doesn't seem to be a lot of activity, but that may be behind the walls of the building, that a lot of the work is going on there. So for the people to see progress, I think it would be good. And I know Lorna and I have spoken about this, about some kind of video that turns and we can update the progress being made for the people, because it is perhaps one of the largest projects in the area alongside the waterfront one. If I could ask for that assurance that we get this way, timeline but also milestones, so that people could see for themselves the progress being made. And again on page 59, and it's really again the furniture project in terms of their ambitious but exciting project, and it's really any development there. They've got near £44,500 from the Community Economic Regeneration Framework Fund, and it's to see what progress has been made to bring that one on, because it's been years since they first moved what they intended doing, but it's really what progress has been made there.
So I'll come to you first, Stuart, and Melissa, if you got anything to add, please feel welcome to come in after Stuart. Stuart?
Thanks so much, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Scobie. We're absolutely in agreement regarding the Commons issues around the George Hotel, and we have we've put had some initial discussions with the Commons team and the Council to get that sort of more real time and live and easily updatable communication mechanism out and installed somewhere in the town, probably in the Customer Support Service Centre, as you mentioned. So that's being discussed and will be added to. I think it's fair to say that at this very, very early stage of being on site with the project, the contractor and the PMO, our own PMO, are working through a range of engineering and some asbestos issues that have been encountered on site, etc. So they're getting up and running and starting. The first thing that I suppose that they're doing is identifying a range of issues that they need to tackle. So there's a lot happening on site, as you sort of you suggested. There's a lot happening behind the hoardings, and so that activity is kind of unseen at the moment. But therefore, that issue about communicating what is happening and when people can expect to see certain things, both for the George, but actually across the whole range of projects in Stranraer, is really important, and we're working on that. You could have my insurance on that. On the furniture project, Melissa may have a couple of additional things to say, but I think we're trying to just make sure that we're not stepping on the toes of the community asset transfer process that's also running with the furniture project. We do have a role to play with them, but they need to make some progress on that so that they know that they have that additional site, that additional bit of land to be able to develop into, and that's when our team will sort of pick up with the project from that point onwards. I think that's correct, Melissa, but you can come in and advise as well.
Yes, Chair, just to add to that, yeah, that's exactly the correct position regarding Stranraer Furniture Project. We stood aside pending the completion of the community asset transfer process, Our next step now is pending completion of that, and we're seeking advice from colleagues and communities, is to re-engage with the group. The CLERF is a grant plus officer support, so that has been retained, and I'm happy to say that in terms of some of the capacity issues that we had in the team in 2023, they've now been addressed, so we now have an officer who has been allocated to that project, and we'll be in touch with them shortly to pick up the threads and move things forward. Thank you.
You're welcome to come back in, Willie.
Yeah, no, just to say I'm pleased to hear, and I know I've had some discussion on the CAT project, and I think that's to come to area committee for the area committee's views. I would hope we could support it in moving forward, but we do this as quickly as possible to get that project up and running. As I say, ambitious, exciting project, and pleased to hear Stuart's assurance on the video or some kind of comms for the people listening so they can see, because you can't see behind walls. So I do take the point that there'll be work going on just now that maybe not be visible, but if people know, then it's not just the same building still lying without something being done on it. So thanks, Stuart, for that.
Thanks, Willie. Thanks, Stuart. Melissa. Councillor Hagman. Katie, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. So the report is the financial monitoring and progress update. So I appreciate that, it's not just the finance, it does say that there's a progress update on here. And Willie's raised, quite a number of really good points about projects that are happening in the West. And I think it is important, I'd like to sort of officially put on the record thanks to Stuart and Melissa and their teams, because we have been having regular updates of the really positive projects that are progressing in the west of the region. But it's a point that Councillor Marshall made at the start on the first item, where we were talking about the town plan, and it's maybe not just for those in the Dumfries town that would maybe see benefits going out. So equally, as much as we've got local engagement, I think it would be really important that all members of the committee are aware of all the projects. And I don't know how we take that forward, but it would be a request that that's considered. One of the really exciting projects that we got an update on was, well, it's two projects, both of them seem to have the same name, but the SCAMP project, about the potential of having a research facility in marine environment. Now, this is hugely exciting, working with partners, but how many people across the Economy and Resources Committee as a whole have an insight into that piece of work? So I don't know how we take that forward, but it's really to ask for a bit of consideration as to how the wider information is shared across the committee. Perhaps it's for a report coming forward, but certainly when I'm looking at the appendix, it does state on page 67, there's mention of the SCAMP report. It directs me to the next appendix item, and then it's not mentioned at all. It just says it's captured within the borderlands, but it's not there. So how are members able to access this information so that we can actually really make some good progress and keep the pressure up and actually deliver on the outcome of these? Thanks.
Stuart, give you the first option.
Yes, thanks, Chair, and thanks for your comments, Councillor Hagman. The portfolio of projects is enormous, and sometimes the detail of some of those sort of falls below the lines a little bit. So the SCAMP project that you referred to, for example, is actually part of the Natural Capital Scotland project, which is referred to in the Appendix 3 of the reports. But as I say, it's a progress statement that, because of this form of reporting, is sort of buried deep within the appendices and is just a part of a wider collection of projects. So there will be obviously very specific things that are really interesting and of interest to the members that maybe don't best fit within this progress reporting sort of format within the for committee. And that's why I think we try to do something tailored and individual with individual project updates or ward-based project updates as we go through. So the wards 1 and 2 updates that you talk about have fallen out of the diary, but just this morning we picked that up and we've raised that with Modern Gov to just get them back in the diary for the coming year. And I think Melissa and team have also was trying to pick up some briefings with Annandale and Eskdale and other wards as well, just to because we're very much aware of the extents of the portfolio of work that's going on and the level of interest that elected members will have on them.
Katie, I always give you the chance to come back in if you're still there.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. No, I appreciate it. And it's one that I raised direct with the team when we were having those updates. Maybe it's not appropriate to invite all the members from Economy and Resources to that, but perhaps the briefings could be shared, just because I think it is useful that there's an awareness across all elected members, although it may not be appropriate to invite to specific wards updates. Thanks.
No problem, thank you, thanks so much. I don't see any other speakers. I've been asked note 2.1 to 2.6. Members, if we can do that in block. Thank you very much. Item number 11, I think it is now. Thanks very much, Stuart and Melissa, for your involvement there.
Thank you.
Rees Conservation Area Regeneration Scheme. It's an update. This report seeks approval to delegate the authority for awarding grant funding through the Dumfries Conservation Area Regeneration Scheme DCARS to the Head of Economy and Development. It also provides an update on the delivery of the scheme. Shona McCoy and Ross McLeod are here to assist members. Got any questions? Shona and Ross, or Shona in particular, I can see you. Here's Ross now. Have you got anything you need to or want to add to the report before we go to members?
Nothing further to add to the report. And I see Ross is shaking his head, so nothing further, Chair. Thanks.
Excellent. That's a clear message to you, Ross. Councillor Ferguson. You're first out the traps for what I can see. Oh, sorry, Councillor Marshall. Andy, just hold on. It was Councillor Marshall. Sorry, that was me, my mistake. Then you, Andy. Sorry about that.
Right, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I read this report and then actually looked back to the report that was presented under the previous council back in November 2021. I think one of the first things to strike me was, it was a considerable regeneration scheme of 1.86 million. I'm not sure if we've had any report since then, and that's probably just what to clarify, or if we had any information on the projects going forward. But there was also at that time as well, we were awaiting, I think it was match funded 617,000 from D&G Council to the award that we got of 752,000, and then there was also a not yet secured award of 60,000 from SOSI. So probably my first question is, did we get that 60,000? I also noticed as well that obviously there was the two grant schemes, and at the time when we had the last report, we agreed the priority projects, which are the four that are listed at 4.8. At the time, there was no mention of a kind of reserve list, and I see there's a number of projects that have been put forward or are on the reserve list. And so probably my second question is, how are the four progressing, the four priority projects, and what funding has been allocated to them, and has any of the reserve list projects been brought forward? And then the third point was that the small grant scheme, when I seen the update, originally the report, I know it was quite flexible, but it was 150,000, and that was to be made up of 4 grants of 25,000 and 5 grants of 10,000. But I noticed it's stating that there's 11 in the report we've got here. I think there's 11 projects at the moment that have been registered with the council. So my question is, my main concern as well is there are not 2.3 we've been asked to delegate the grants and the award of the grants to the Head of Economy and Development. But I do feel as though that we should at least be kept up to date when applications are maybe in the system and the decisions. I know we meet every 2 months, but I thought there might have been a kind of regular report, or now we're at that stage when we're getting those, that there is the potential still for the council E&R committee to be involved in some sort of decision-making process. I'm just wondering why, we've went from a report 2 years ago, and then this is the first report now, and there seems to be quite a lot of progress made. And forgive me if it has been reported elsewhere, but it just seems a large jump from the last time I had a report and the progress that's been made today. It's great that progress has been made, but just a lack of information, really.
Come at you first, Sean, and if Ross wants to add anything, you can advise him.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Marshall, it's probably our fault. We probably should have put our hand up to begin with. There was a report actually was brought back, and I can't remember the exact date, that did include, I think it was in the back of an update on the Stranraer car scheme, and we included an update on Dumfries, and that was also to enlarge the area that was covered by the car scheme then. So apologies that we didn't list that at the end of this report. However, it has taken probably a good couple of years to get the projects that were listed in this report to the point of being able to award grants. There is quite a long lead-in project to, first of all, the raising awareness, working with particularly the priority project, the property owners. So as I say, there is quite a long lead-in time there. Trying to remember your other, so keep me right if I've probably missed them. The first question I wrote down was about the money from SOS. We've not been able to secure that at the moment. We are still hopeful that that might come. It was in particular in relation to sort of public realm aspect of the car scheme, because it's broken down into the priority projects, the small grants, so training and education, and a public realm element to the actual scheme itself. So we're still chasing that. In terms of the reserve list of projects, they weren't included in the previous committee report, but they were part of the application that was made to Historic Environment Scotland. And the reason that we put reserve priority projects in was we took a bit of learning from the Stranraer scheme, was that it was good to have some to fall back on should the priority projects not proceed, or that that should there be an issue. As you can see in our committee report in front of you today, the priority projects that we'd originally listed are all progressing. We're quite confident, and Ross can keep me right on this, that they should deliver. But should we get to the point that they don't, then, as you say, we've got the list there of the reserve projects. In terms of funding that's allocated to the various schemes, I'll perhaps bring Ross in at this point, because he's very familiar with all the more detailed aspect of the scheme. So if that's okay, Ross, can I hand over to you?
Sure. Yep. What was it you wanted to know about the funding, sorry?
Sean, do you want to remind?
Yeah, quite a lot, actually. It was really, I thought maybe the report would have included, the fact that we haven't got the 60,000 from SOSI. We're still talking about quite a significant grant of about 1.8 million. And I do remember the report that came extending the cars, but I didn't think I had the detail of what these projects are costing, either the priority ones, which are the four that I identified there. Also, there is a reserve list. Who puts the priority in which one comes if one of the ones of the four projects drops off. But also as well, the small grant scheme is 150,000 initially. It says in 4.9 there's 11 projects that are in various stages of development, and I know all those may not be successful, but I think that originally it was 4 grants of up to 25,000, 5 grants of 10,000. So it's really just where we are, how much what money have we committed, and it's all about the whole governance around it as well, because none of this has really came to committee since, for over 2 years, and we're hearing now that some of them are very well progressed, and that's nice to hear. But I just feel somewhere the elected members are missing out on this, particularly the members in Dumfries.
Right. start with the small grants, if you like. I mean, for car schemes, the funding pots are generally very fluid. You sort of have to work with what you've got, as it were, you know. The small grant scheme initially had a budget of 150,000, but it's up at 200,000 now. Economic Development put in an extra 50,000 last year. We're currently developing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 10 projects, and they'll range from £50,000 to about £10,000. The priority projects, yep, we've got the 4 priorities. They range from about 100,000 to about £175,000. Again, they're all progressing okay. You'd asked about something else. Oh, the 60,000 that's still outstanding. It's not necessarily going to come from SOSI. I think we'll be in a better position to look at where that's going to come from when the project that's been worked up's a little more developed.
Thanks for that, Ross. Chair, I really think that the report is hopefully a good news story, but I think it just lacks a lot of detail. I would appreciate maybe a breakdown of those projects, predicted costs, potential awards or any awards that have been given, etc. And then there's the whole issue about now delegating everything away so that the E&R committee doesn't really have a say in any of the allocations. And there may have been some decisions have been taken already, which I thought originally when we got the report in 2021, we would have came back and we would have sanctioned them at a ER report, ER committee.
Sean, I wonder if you could put your thoughts in an email to the Director, and we could discuss that through the agenda management as we go forward as the Chair and Vice Chair, and ultimately if we think we'll come back to yourself, obviously before that comes forward, come back to yourself and think that if there's a further reports needed with more detail, we can talk about that and discuss it. If you could do that, that would potentially be a way forward.
I appreciate that, Ian, but I'm kind of just I'm actually asking for that now. I mean, I think I'm quite clear on what I'm asking for. I think there's just a lack of detail with regards to that, even a table in the report, etc. But you know, we're getting a report now. You know, I've not had a report for 2 years, and basically, I think some of the schemes are going ahead, etc. But there doesn't seem to be any input from members on this.
No, fine, Sean. So Steve's got to come and say a few words, and you can come back after that if you want, Steve.
Yeah, Chair, thank you for that, and thanks to Councillor Marshall for the queries. And I'm happy for us to bring back a more detailed, regular progress report on this project. It is an important project in the town centre of Dumfries, so it is important that members are kept fully appraised of progress, including some of those financial arrangements. We are also intending to include this in future area committee reports, again just to make sure that certainly members of the Nithsdale Area Committee are kept appraised of progress with the project. The only thing I would add in terms of the arrangements in terms of signing off of grants is what we're looking to do here is just simply to replicate the arrangements that we had in place for the Stranraer Cars project. It was probably an oversight in that 2021 report. We should have set up the governance around the delegations for actually signing off those grants at that time. I have, under the scheme of delegation already, I'm entitled to sign off up to 20,000, which covers most of the small grants. But we are getting to the point now where we're going to see some larger grants coming forward, particularly through those priority projects. And in order to keep things moving, it is suggested that, as we did in Stranraer, that I have the authority to check and sign those off on behalf of the committee. Thanks, Chair.
Sean, I'll give you a chance to come back then. We'll move on to Councillor Ferguson.
I just think, yeah, I think what Steve said there, I think we do need to kind of, and I think Steve's admitted that whilst we're replicating the Stranraer one, it wasn't included in the report. So from a governance point of view, we probably need to have that report. And I think it's just, just more information on that. There's a lot of exciting projects in that, but I feel as though members are in the dark a little bit about, a lot of these projects. So it's just kind of getting our house in order. If we're getting to the critical stage here. I think we've got 2 years to get this funding all out there for the benefit of Dumfries Town Centre.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Sean. Thanks, Steve. Everyone else. But I've still got Andy, Councillor Ferguson to come back, but delighted to hear it's got to hear the committee as well for further reporting. Andy?
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Thanks for the report, Ross and Shona. I'm looking at the traditional building skills audit as a nerd here, and I'm looking at it, and I can understand here all the questions for the different skills and that what you've been asking here. But for me, there's a massive, massive thing that's missing here. It's all very well sorting the roof, sorting the gutters, but how do you get the dirty water away? One of the scourges of these conservation areas and areas that have got listings on them are plastic pipes. So how do we make sure, is it taken into consideration when we award grants, for example, is it a stipulation? There should be, because I know the planners normally tell you that, any replacement would have to be, there is no material. So it's just something that's missing here. It's no, I'm not having a go at anybody here. It's just that I find it unusual it's not included.
I'm not sure who wants to pick up. I'm trying to understand it completely. So I take it rather than having a plastic gutter or drop pipe, you talk it's cast iron on it. Go on, just take that.
Well, that's what the planners require you to have if that's what's fitted, and you're in a listed building, and you're so therefore you fall under the conservation area type restrictions. Is that you have to replace it with what's currently there, and that's cast iron. So how do you get the dirty water from the roof to the drains if there's not been any survey done on have we got the skills in Dumfries to actually do that, or do we have to bring somebody in, or do they do what they normally just do, is wait till it's dark and put up plastic ones and paint them?
I would argue the skill set's certainly there to install within the Dumfries area and wider, actually, to say that there's people there who can install cast iron gutters, from plumbers to roofers to...
Respecting it's not in the paper, that's my point. Right, because you're in the building trade and know that, that's fine. We know in the building trade, but we do know. I live in a listed house, I'm in the area. If I were to put a down pipe in, it has to be cast iron. There's nothing here about it.
Shona or Ross, anybody got any comments, or even Steve for that matter, if it's delving into the realms of planning, but it sounds more like a skill set, whoever feels best to answer that. Ross, I think.
I think that's a topic that's covered in the Conservation Area Management Plan. The audit's not really there to specify particular materials and stuff like that. It would very much be read in conjunction with the Conservation Area Management Plan that does mention materials and methods and stuff like that. Fitting a cast iron gutter is not a specific trade.
That's probably what I was kind of alluding to, Andy, whether it's a plumber traditionally or no mere roofers and even potentially could say labourers, but I mean it's a standard kind of, that's a more simplified job, a lot of the skill sets that are there, but I suppose you're trying to make a point.
Well, actually, I'll make a dog with a bone in this one because it affects a lot of people, and it's a great deal of heartache to people when they can't afford to go away and buy a traditional cast iron, and then can you get somebody to fit them, or because they want to just put up something plastic. Because if you're going to go to traditional laying of natural slates, fine, that's only part of the roofer's job, right? So how do we know what we've got in the audit of the local tradespeople, unless it was in the question was in the questions that were asked when they filled in the audit? That's my point.
I'm not exactly sure. It looks a wee bit blank. So no, thanks for making that point, Andy. That is much appreciated. Councillor Slater, David, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The question is here with these buildings, it's years and years of neglect. And these buildings are now needing a tremendous amount of money put to them, but if there's a maintenance schedule in the buildings will still be in reasonable condition. So also as well as the town streets. A lot of the streets are needing probably repaved. There's a lot of bad pavement in them. There's cigarette butts around a lot of the things. So it's not just the regeneration of some buildings, it's actually cleaning up the town centre to make it a welcoming place for everybody to come. That's very important. You could spend all this money on some of these buildings, but that's not necessarily going to make your town any busier. The fact is we're lacking in small shops, I must admit. Sometimes I've seen that, and a lot of small shops. You go to the likes of Penrith and that's got a lot of small shops there, but we don't have that anymore. And until we bring more shops in as well, I find it difficult to spend many hundreds of thousands of pounds on builds that should have been kept up to a reasonable standard by their owners. Thank you.
No, thank you, David. Councillor Hagman.
Thanks, Chair. No, thanks for the report. I think I would just maybe echo some of what Councillor Marshall had said about lack of information. Now, I did reach out to the Director, and I just want to say thank you to Shona and Ross for coming back to me with some of the detail. But, we're being asked to agree to delegate the award of the grant schemes, but there's nothing in the report that says how much those schemes are worth and what the balances are, etc. Now, I appreciate I've now got that information, which I can share with my group, but I think it maybe be important that all members of the committee can actually have that information. So it's really a request going forward that information is shared a bit more freely. And certainly, I often will look at the background papers and I'll click through in the links and try and find the information. But there's only, one point in this report, so which I did go through, and it's trying to find the information is quite a challenge. So if we can maybe look at how that's delivered going forward, that would be really appreciated. But just to note also, as I say, thanks to Shona and Ross for providing that information to me direct.
Thanks, Katie. So if we're willing to note 2.1, 2.2, agree 2.3, 2.4, and I think, Steve, did you talk about a 2.5? And that it would be, in simple terms, to agree a further report. But, Steve, I'll let you speak to that.
I simply, Chair, volunteered that we would be happy to bring a further detailed report containing that level of financial detail that's not in this one. If members wish to add that as an additional recommendation, then that's for committee.
Thanks for that, Steve. So I'll bring in Councillor Marsh, and then I'll come back to see if members want that, or just, is that an expectation? Richard?
Thank you, Chair. No, it was just a question on the actual traditional building skills audit itself. Within it says of the 90 contracting firms contacted, only 21 responded, which is particularly low percentage. Within the report, the recommendations, I wondered, has the Council made an advancement or any progress with these recommendations, within developing and setting up traditional building skills webinars, a skills forum, or trying to encourage the development or training within these traditional skills? With a finance and procurement hat on, wouldn't it be lovely to be able to say that we've gone out and we've made, procured local contractors with these skills to undertake, these projects, as opposed to having to go out with, and source from possibly the central belt?
Shona.
Thanks, Chair. I know certainly, Ross, following on the receipt of the audit here, we have been having some quite detailed conversations with the Crichton Development Trust and also up at the college about how we can progress this in terms of traditional skills, building skills. We've also been trying to liaise with Whithorn group who are doing some similar work in traditional building skills. But I'll maybe bring Ross in, because I say he's much closer to this element of the work than I am, in case there's anything that I've missed there in that reply. Ross, is there anything?
I don't think there's much more we can go into than that at the moment. All this stuff's sort of been worked up in the background, but yeah, we're, the audit's only just been published, so yeah, we're looking to build on the recommendations in it and actively working on bits and bobs. Yeah.
So I wonder if that fits in, Richard. I'll let you come back, or if it fits into a further report coming forward as part of the consideration. Where could we get involved there?
Yes, yeah, that would be fine. Obviously, for the report, can give us a bit more detail. That would be wonderful.
Right,
Thank
members,
you.
brilliant. Thank you very much, Richard. So if we've agreed 2.1, 2.2, agreed 2.3, 2.4, can we agree to 2.5, and that'll hopefully satisfy everybody for a further report, which Steve's outlined. Sean, I think you've a lot of your discussion at the beginning, you've outlined what you'd like to see there, and other members have actually added to that. Say, listen, and then Richard's finalised that by saying in regards to the skill set in particular, I know there's been a low uptake in regards to local businesses, but if there's a shortage in any way, we can help influence that and increase that level of skill set within a local workforce. Okay with that, members? And
Chair, yeah,
yep, Sean.
to speak again, just on that basis, if we're to agree 2.3, I mean, we're obviously delegating the decision making of all the awards to the head of economy and development, and I just think at the very least we should at least be notified when an award is made or is about to be made. And I think the report that comes hopefully to an E&R committee soon will give more detail on where we are to date with, the potential grant awards or the awards that have been made, etc., the ones that are in the pipeline, the priority list, what's been, is there a priority of the priority list effectively as well? So I'd like to see a lot more information coming forward if we're to agree the recommendations in the report.
Steve, would you be able to make sure that elected members get that level of detail up with?
Yes, Chair, we can certainly share that with members as appropriate.
Thank you. So you'll have captured, Tracy, yep, we've got a fifth recommendation, and that's for the further report. Thanks very much, members. Nobody else looking to speak. From see number 12, we're moving on to now. Thanks very much, Steve, Shona and Ross, for your time on that one. We're on a core path. I see Simon's here. So we're asked to consider the core path plan review process, timescales and resource allocation requirements in the current side and environmental capital budget priorities and allocations for financial years 24-25. Simon Fieldhouse and Brian Scott are here to assist if members have any questions. Before I just open up to members, Simon, the usual question, have you got anything you wish to add?
Nothing further to add, Chair.
Excellent, thank you. My view on this, we never put enough money into this, but there must be. So, but that's really a budget discussion, and away from here, it's not explicit around this particular item we're looking at today. I'm looking for members to come in. We've got Councillor Marshall want to come in, Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I welcome the suggestion of it. Yeah, I welcome the suggestion of a review, and I share your views as well that it's not really a great amount of funding, but I'd also like to see as well. Now, I do believe there is a shift. I think a lot of the focus has been in the west of the region with a lot of the kind of major projects, and I know with regards to certainly to the Solway Coast, etc., the potential for more projects to be included in the east. We always hear from west members that they don't get enough, and this is a reverse argument, because I think in the east has not had the projects put forward that the west has enjoyed. But I also wanted to ask as well on the core path improvements. Certainly, and I'll be pro-clear. There's one for 2 years now. I think the Riverside Path at Annan. There's an area near the flats. There's cones round it. It's been barriered off, and I'm just wondering, would that figure in? Is that more like a capital works now, or I just wondered where this one is, Simon, because I think you'll be aware of it, but there doesn't seem to be any action on it over the last year or so.
Simon.
Thank you, Chair. Through yourself. Yeah, we're aware of the issue, Councillor Marshall, and obviously we're working with other services to look at land ownership and obviously responsibilities in terms of obviously how we can move that one forward. We've obviously identified within the report obviously budget priority areas which obviously allocates funding. We'd be looking at bringing back another report obviously in the next sort of quarter, which obviously firms up with a bit more detail. Obviously those lists of priority projects on a ward by ward basis. So obviously we would have a little look and see exactly how much that project would cost, and obviously sort of the funding available, and obviously try to get that one on the table as long as we manage to clear out obviously sort of the land ownership issues.
Thanks, Simon.
Councillor Hagman. Katie, I thought that was historical, but maybe are you wanting to know? Sorry, Katie, you should have been first. Katie, you're next.
No, you're fine, Chair. I appreciate it's been a long day so far. No, really, absolutely delighted. I mean, I'm sure Simon would be disappointed if I didn't come in to speak on this, because it's a point that I've been raising on numerous occasions, along with our outdoor access strategy, which was running from 2012 to 2017. We don't seem to have that strategy online. The strategy is ended, and there doesn't seem to be any plan to renew our strategy. So that's perhaps a separate piece of work that I will continue to lobby on and raise at every opportunity. The Core Path Plan review, I think, is absolutely welcome, and it's made reference to the Outdoor Access Forum. Now, I sat as the elected member on that body for 5 years, and throughout that 5 years, there was a repeated plea that the minutes of that statutory body, of which the Secretariat sits with Dumfries and Galloway Council, is my understanding, or at least we support the forum going forward, none of the minutes had ever been put online. We started to get them put online, but there's not been any minutes from those meetings put onto our own website since April 2022. So I will make that plea once again and publicly in the committee. Can we please update our own website to reflect the statutory body there? I think also it is really important that the outdoor access officer is a statutory role as well, and I would put my thanks on record to the official who was taking that forward. He has since left the council, but we still have his name attached to that role on the Nature Scot website as a contact, and also on our own website we don't have the contact details of the outdoor access officer, which again is a legal position that we have a statutory duty to provide. So those points aside, and hopefully that they can be captured and actioned, I'm really pleased to see the review of the Core Path Plan. However, there's no mention as to how members of the public can feed into this plan. It's referenced that it would sit with the Outdoor Access Forum, which I absolutely accept may be the appropriate body taking this forward. And in 4.6, it says that key partners will be asked to feed into the review. Well, we had an issue in Newton Stewart, and I've not to get parochial, I think is the term, but just to highlight, there was a small right-of-way passage that was closed to the public, and there was a lot of anger within the community. It generated a lot of discussion, and the team did a fantastic job of investigating it. The path is now open again, but that shows how important these core paths and the rights of accesses are to the public. So my question is, how do members of the public feed into this review, and we actually give people the opportunity to take forward this public document? Thank you.
Simon, over you.
Lovely. Thank you, Chair. Just to sort of confirm for Councillor Hagman that obviously, yes, we will look into all of the details referenced initially surrounding obviously sort of points of contact. Just to clarify, obviously Richard Masters, who was our access officer for a significant period of time, has now left the council. We're currently appointing, so that post is vacant, but once we have a name and details, we can obviously get that circulated, not just on our own website, but on obviously partners' websites as well, to ensure that we're not falling foul of any legal sort of obligation. The access strategy was referenced as well just at the start, and just to confirm, obviously once the core pass review and sort of refresh of that plan has been completed, we'd look obviously at the next stage, which would obviously be looking at how we can obviously develop a more detailed access strategy. We're just looking obviously at this moment in time in terms of the development of the active travel strategy and making sure obviously that can be completed, so we can dovetail our sections into that to ensure that we're not competing or conflicting with any of the information that's come out of that. In terms of the core path plan review, what we've kind of identified, and at 4.8 we have mentioned obviously that we would seek to go back and engage with local communities, but we wanted to undertake sort of a desktop evaluation using obviously the Outdoor Access Forum and obviously some of our partners to obviously sort of reflect on the sufficiency of the plan and identify any key areas that sort of require sort of further additions or further amendments or further removals of routes before we went back to engage with the committee. So there will be a process where we can obviously engage with our communities across the piece, but obviously we're just still trying to firm that up in terms of exactly what that community engagement will look like to ensure that we're not overloading any of the community consultation at this moment in time, Chair.
And breathe.
Aye, exactly.
Oh, I had to breathe for you there, Simon. Hopefully the deputies can keep up with that one. Katie?
Yeah, no, really appreciate that full response, shall we say, Simon. No, thank you. I appreciate there is in 4.8 that reference, but if the review is going to take a year before we consider speaking to the public, I just wonder if that can be considered. You made reference of community conversations, and certainly within communities committee, they are often looking at strategies and community conversations, and perhaps that line of investigation, that line of engagement can be replicated with this service as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Katie. Thanks very much, Simon. So Councillor Thompson, I've got Ferguson and Slater as the way it came forward to myself, where I could see it. Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just a couple of minor points. I think a lot of it's been raised. There was a bit of an issue, as Councillor Hagman's alluded to, in terms of online contact points. So I think even the mailbox access at dumgal.gov.uk was maybe not being monitored, but I appreciate there's been updates to who's providing or monitoring that service now. Similarly, I have had some constituents ask about the outdoor access forum, which hadn't been meeting as frequently as it once did, but I think maybe that's back on track now. I'm not sure, but I'd welcome any assurance. And also, just to get parochial at this time of the day, I think Core Path 318 at High Tay, I had been raising, this is why I found out about the email address not going to where I thought it was. I'd been raising issues about that path on behalf of the Community Council and local residents, and it was just to get an indication that could be considered when we're taking projects forward with capital allocations. Thank you.
Simon?
Lovely, thank you, Chair, and through yourself, and I'll try to go a little bit slower. In relation to the Outdoor Access Forum, just to give Councillor Thompson reassurance that we are obviously looking at re-establishing their meeting cycle. That was obviously put on hold due to staffing pressures with obviously the loss of the access officer. So we are taking that one forward. We're also, just to be transparent, obviously involving the Outdoor Access Forum as part of the interview and shortlisting process to ensure obviously that we can get the right officer in post to assist us moving forward. And with regard to Core Pass 318, I shall have a chat with officers and ensure obviously that we can assess and evaluate and to sort of see how that could be factored into obviously the next year's sort of work programme.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just did a small comment in regards to the last point you answered. I have to be honest, so it's at the bottom of page 103 and it's referred to, I think it's 4.12. That table, I wrote buttons beside that just because of the value, I think, against it, and I made comments about that at the beginning. Would like to see a lot more because I think involved, whether it's a community council, local people, folk want to remain healthy and safe at that manner in a wider country access. But I mean, that just comments for me. I'm just picking up and tagging out the back of it, Stephen, saying I'll try and keep my comments to a minimum. Councillor Ferguson, then Slater.
Thanks very much, Ian. Kind of daft laddie question here a wee bit. I'm looking at the recommendation 2.4, and as you go to 4.11 in the papers, it gives you the breakdown of the budget priorities as outlined below. Then you go to 4.12, and it tells you about the projected spend. But in the recommendations, it's asking us to agree the proposed 24-25 capital budget when it's not been set yet. That'll not be set till budget setting time. So should that not be proposed, suggest it's considered in the budget setting process, or am I missing something here? Maybe Simon will keep me right.
I'm going to ask the Director to answer that one. Andy?
So in terms of asset classes, members make a 3-year indicative allocation, so it's based on the current allocation within the capital investment strategy for asset classes. and this part of the asset class was agreed to be separated out from land specifically, so there was an allocation for these projects as part of core paths. So officers are carrying forward what is current decisions and allocations within the agreed capital strategy, which is the guidance produced by the Council's Chief Financial Officer, which members approved, requires us to set out in advance of a financial year what the allocations might look like. Of course, Councillor Ferguson's correct that if there was an amendment to asset class allocations through budget decisions, then we would revisit this. But this is about planning to move forward. But of course, any decision at full council on capital allocations, indeed asset classes or otherwise, would be taken account of, and we'd bring a report back to the next committee.
That makes sense to me, Andy. Is it to you?
Yeah, maybe just a couple of sentences to that effect. Maybe we would have stopped having to ask the question, but thanks very much. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slater, David, you answered? You come from, okay, excellent. So members will look at it. Our recommendations, which was to note 2.1, 2.2, sorry, note 2.1, agree 2.2, note 2.3 and agree 2.4. I haven't heard anybody coming in and look to make any further amendments. I made a small comment, I think the allocation is too small, but anyways, that's a budget decision. I'd like to see that made bigger if we possibly could, but anyways. Members, thank you very much. Item number 13, I think we're on now. This report provides members with updated information on the property buildings, other, in brackets, asset class, capital programme, as of 31st of December last year. Members are also advised of initial works to address the rack identified at Annan Swimming Pool. Paul McCulloch is here to assist members with any questions. Paul, is there anything you would like to add to this report or inform members of?
Nothing to add, Chair, thanks.
Thank you, thanks very much. Members, I'll open it up to yourselves for any potential questions, points, comments. Councillor Marshall's want to come in. Sean?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just in relation to 4.4 and 4.5 in relation to the RAC remedial works and the further work that will be required. I know there'll be a report going to FPT, and I'm hoping it'll probably have more detail on it, but I'm just, obviously we originally had a request for 500,000 and, now there's an additional, and this is for the initial works, for another 420k. So in relation to the longer term one, Paul, how confident are you that, a request for 7.6 million will be a breakdown of that, and are you confident that won't require further funding?
Paul?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Marshall. Yeah, so to explain that increase then. So at the time when we went forward to FPT and asked for the £500,000, basically we hadn't surveyed the whole estate, we hadn't discovered the rack at Annan Swimming Pool. On top of that, what we're doing is taking the opportunity, particularly at Lorrynow Primary School, to remove the rack within this initial phase. So that's given us the opportunity to understand what it's costing to remove rack and replace it with a suitable alternative. To explain to members, what we're doing at Lorrynow is removing the rack panels, installing timber in its place with a deck, insulation, and then the roof covering. So very good basis in which to cost the removal of the remainder of the rack. And there is a detailed breakdown within the FPT paper that makes up that 7.8 million. So I hope that answers the question. Thanks.
Yeah, just quickly come back, Paul. And is that based on the 4 schools and the Annan Swimming Pool, the 7.6 million?
Yes, the 7.6 million will remove all rack from the council's estate.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Councillor. It's Councillor Slater, then Hagman. David?
Thank you, Chair. Just to ask Paul, is there an update on Beatwick School roof?
and also Craig's Road, are all the new street lights now working? Thank you.
Paul?
Thanks, Chair. So in terms of the beat-up school roof, good progress is being made. We have a contractor and the works are currently being tendered. I would anticipate all of that tender information to be back with us within a week or two, and that work will get cracked on. Our original to have that work completed for the start of the new term, and we're still on target with that. With regards to the streetlights at St Michael's, I'm not quite sure if I can answer that question. I don't have any information on streetlights within that vicinity. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you both. We have Councillor Hagman next. Katie?
Thanks, Chair. I guess, first of all, I should make comment, the back down papers, we've got 2 pages worth of reports to sift through there. So where we might not have had much information in previous reports, we've got lots of information here. So thank you. I'm going through, and I've had a quick scan through the appendices, and I may well have missed it, but I'm not seeing anything in here at all regarding the Merrick Leisure Centre. Now, the local members had a meeting with Property Services and the team at the Merrick Centre going through various concerns that we had regarding the fabric of the building. There was also the emergency closure of part of the building, which is undergoing repair, and it's not been added to. So I appreciate, in part, this is a historical report, but it does make reference to new projects coming in on page 111. But there's nothing in this report at all. So is that, should there be, I guess, is my question, because I'm aware that there has been progress of some of the work, some of it is ongoing, some of it was quite quick and able to sort. But where will that be reported? And I guess my question is, why is it not within this report? Thank you.
Paul?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Hagman. So, you're absolutely correct. There was a meeting on site recently regarding the Merrick and work required there. So in terms of normal committee reporting, what we're reporting here on is this year's capital programme. So what will happen in June is that members will receive an outturn paper for this financial year, but it will also include the following 3 years capital programme. And work that's been identified and required within the Merrick will be included within that paper. So basically, this report deals with the capital programme we're dealing with this year. The report in June will provide an outturn on this year's capital programme, but also ask members to approve the capital programme for the following 3 years, and that's where the Merrick will be reflected.
Thanks, Chair. If I may just come back. No, I appreciate that, Paul, but I guess my question is, the issue of RAC was almost one of an emergency, and we've had to be flight of foot, and we've responded, and it's covered in here. There's new projects being added, which are coming under, or from the Health and Safety and Unallocated Conditions Survey budget. The fact that we had to emergency close part of the Merrick Centre and that work is being addressed, does that not come under the same criteria? Why is that project not seen as an emergency as part of this reporting process, and it would just follow when these other 2 projects have been highlighted within the report? Thanks.
Okay, so there are thanks, Chair. There are 2 separate funding pots for the work that Councillor Hagman's referring to. So we have a repairs and maintenance budget, and that's the budget that's been used for these emergency repairs at the Merrick. So that's not reported within this capital programme. That's dealt with quite separately. So in terms of the work that's been undertaken recently at the Merrick, that's been undertaken through the repairs and maintenance budget. But any further investment in terms of significant investment to be made at the Merrick Centre will be included within this capital programme. Hope that clarifies.
Perfect. Thanks, Paul. Much clearer. Cheers.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Councillor Driver.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just maybe just to ask Paul if there's any discussions ongoing, especially about RAC funding from any of the governments.
Paul?
To put it quite bluntly, Councillor Dryburgh, no. There have been discussions at the Scottish Heads of Property Group where colleagues from the Scottish Government's Education Directorate attend. This question has been asked several times, but there has been no indication of any further money being made available to either local authorities, health boards, universities dealing with this issue. What they have said is that if the government make any sort of commitment, that would have to be passed through in terms of Barnett consequentials that would then be passed through to organisations. But at this stage, the answer to your question is no.
So I'm presuming then, Paul, if there is money made available in the future, then another report will come back, which you may not require as much as the 7.6 million you're talking about in this report.
Yeah, thanks, Archie. So basically, there are a significant number of local authorities, health boards, universities and other public bodies having to make significant investment in rack remediation and rack removal. The conversation that has been had with the Scottish Heads of Property Group is that obviously some authorities have spent a lot of money, some are yet to spend money. And if there is any funding that is forthcoming in the future, local authorities would look to work with government colleagues to claw back the money spent, or a proportion of that, depending on if there's anything allocated. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks very much. No further speakers from what I can see. Oh, there is. Oh, sorry. Councillor Marsh, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. No, it was just a question on a specific project on page 115, Appendix 1. It was in regard to the Ryan Centre and that project. Obviously, I can see there in the underspend column there was an overspend of £250,000, £250,000. Now, I visited the Ryan Centre following completion of that with my two daughters. We went swimming. Now, on the wall there, it was clear to see they'd taken various pictures of lots of work being undertaken, the heating system, the ventilation system, remedial painting works, etc. But I just wondered, when I was there was a number of very small but very, I would think, simple things to have completed, like paint when you're in the pool not being touched up at the highest points in the ceiling, venting, ducting still looking like it hadn't been painted properly, stained and broken roof tiles in the changing area, just little things. We've spent all this money and clearly we were okay to go over budget on that by almost over £250,000, but yet we've left these tiny little things. And to the members of the public visiting that establishment, it looks like we've missed a trick there. Why, having closed the establishment down for a number of months, drained the pool, got the appropriate kit in there to complete the job, have we allowed these silly little things to go unfinished? Because it looks like we've done half a job. It just doesn't look good.
Hopefully that's a snagging list, Paul, with a bit of luck. Paul?
Yeah, so to answer the question, that Councillor Marsh identifies was not part of the contract. However, our PMO leader has visited site recently along with the corporate landlord, and the points you've made have been identified as being something we need to address, and we'll look to address that through our in-house team. So the conversations have already been had. Flagship facility, we've spent a lot of money. There are small items that require to be addressed, and we'll address those through our in-house repairs team. But the point's well made.
Yep, thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. It's just, it seems silly. You go to all this expense, you close it, you drain the pool, you've got the machines, scaffolding, whatever it is in there to do the job, and these high points we won't reach now because the pool's full of water. It's just, it feels like it's no half done, but we've just no fully completed it. And to the members of the public that use it, it doesn't look great. But I appreciate your point that the snagging list is there and the items will be addressed. I just think it should be done right the first time.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Richard. Councillor Slater? No, it's left on. No, that's fine. That's absolutely fine then. So, taking on those points, we're being asked to note 2.1, agree 2.2 as per the appendix. Somebody else coming in. And gets to agree 2.3, note 2.4 and note 2.5, with the assurance that the work at Annan Swimming Pool will be done over the next 3 to 6 months as per paragraph 4.3 within the report. Excellent, thank you. Thanks very much. Item number 14, thanks Paul, thanks for your time. Item number 14 is ICT Business Systems Asset Class. This report provides members with updated information on the ICT Business Systems Asset Class Capital Programme for 23-24 for Q3. Graham Alcarome is here to assist MD with any particular questions. Graham, anything you'd like to add to the report or mention?
Yes, Chair, just an apology. The first item shows 31st of September 2023. It should read the 31st of December 2023. The report and the appendices reflect the position at the 31st of December.
Thank you for that piece of clarity, Graham. Thank you very much. This is a note and report for ICT. I think I see a hand coming up there. I'm not sure who it is. Can anybody else see what it is? David. Excellent. I can't see it on the screen here, David. Councillor Slater.
Sorry, the button's sticking. Yes, I would just like to ask, I see BT are going to install a screen at the bottom of the high street for replacing the telephone box. But some of these boxes are still not used much. Would it be better if they were turned into defibrillators, which happen in some part of the country? I just a point, sometimes they're taking the telephone box away. Would it be, some of them actually been turned into defibrillators?
The only thing I would ask at this point in time, Archie's want to come in as well, but anything with these reports, traditionally we look to write as part of the script at the beginning, say, listen, we'll try and tie it into the report where it is, and I don't, saying what you're saying now, I can't see where that fits in with this particular report here in regards to our actual infrastructure.
That's fine, thank you very much.
No, but thanks very much, Dave, for bringing that up. Councillor Dryborough, Archie?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Graham, it's just about public access to internet access for public buildings, and I may be asking it the wrong report here, but I think we've suggested in the past that part of any project going forward would look at public access to public buildings. Is that within the report? I'm sorry, I can't see it anywhere.
It's part of the sorry, Chair. It's part of the enabling ICT infrastructure mentioned in 4.7 for our Wi-Fi replacement, and that includes public access. So we're in a position now where the vast majority of our Wi-Fi points have been replaced, and we're just in the process of configuring those to contemplate a release and an open of that public access.
Right, thanks for that, Graham. So if that's the case, then, is there any additional cost that we're not sure about on this? Because obviously you will come with your report, I think it's on a 6-monthly basis, asking, telling people where we are with that type of thing. I just want to make sure that the public do have that access, but it may cost, if you know what I mean.
We're not anticipating any additional cost, any cost for the maintenance and upkeep of the Wi-Fi replacement or the Wi-Fi points is already included in our budget. I'll say we're not anticipating any additional sort of configuration costs or usage costs. It will be part of our SWAN connectivity. The only thing where we will have additional costs is there are a number of buildings that currently don't have Wi-Fi. And when we finish this first phase of replacing what we already have, and we'll look to include the provision of Wi-Fi in those buildings through next year's capital programme.
That's great. So that'll be in the forward plan for next year. Yep. Thanks very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Archie. Thank you, Graham. No further speakers on that from what I can see. Let's say 2.1, 2.2, both for noting. members, if we can note them, I'll thank Graham and everyone else around the table for being present today, including yourself, members. It's taken a wee bit longer, about an hour and a half longer is what I expected, but we've certainly got there. But very much appreciate all your time. No further business. There's nothing been notified to myself and nothing I personally got that I feel need to be brought to members' attention that we haven't discussed already. Thanks very much, members. See you at the next meeting.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.